Good morning, councillors. I'm James Harris, the Senior Local Democracy Officer, and the reason why I'm speaking to you today is that the Chair, Councillor Susie Horton, and the Vice Chair, Councillor Judith Smythe, have both tendered apologies for this meeting. In the absence of the Chair and Vice Chair, under Standing Order 52, it is therefore a matter for the committee to appoint a Chair for this meeting. I shall shortly ask if there are any proposals for the position of Chair, which will need to be seconded. A vote will then be taken, and if there is more than one nomination, I shall ask for those in favour of each councillor put forward. The councillor with the most votes in favour will be appointed to chair the meeting. So I open to the floor. Are there any proposals for chair for this meeting? Councillor Mason.
I would like to propose Councillor Chris Atwell. He has experience of being in the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Chris Atwell? Councillor Shah has seconded. Are there any other nominations for the position of chair for this meeting? I see none. I'll then take a vote. All those in favour of Councillor Atwell chairing the meeting? That is unanimous. Councillor Atwell, can I invite you to take the chair, please?
So, members, the newly elected chair for this meeting has just asked for a 5-minute adjournment so that he can arrange papers, etc.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. I'm Councillor Chris Atwell, Chair for today of the Planning Committee. Some housekeeping. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts, and please assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. To comply with the Guildhall Trust Fire Marshal regulations, anyone who signed in at the Guildhall reception desk should sign out when leaving the building. Public seating has been made available. This meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to watch remotely if they so wish. Everyone speaking via a microphone will be on camera, including those making deputations. The public seating area is not in view of the cameras used to webcast this meeting. Members of the press and public are permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly they do not wish to be recorded. Please, can everyone speaking use the microphones and remember to switch them off when you have finished. When voting, members, please keep your hands raised clearly until the number of votes have been stated. Okay, let's do some introductions. Let me hand over to my colleagues.
Good morning, Asghar Shah, Councillor for Cosham and Wimbering.
Good morning, Shah. Welcome.
Councillor Mark Jeffrey, St Thomas Ward. Good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Matthew Cordy, Member for Hilsey.
Matthew, welcome.
Good morning. Councillor Raymond Dent, standing for Councillor Dyke.
Raymond,
Cotton.
hello. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Derek North for Cosham and Wimbering.
Derek, nice to see you.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor George Fielding, standing in for Councillor Mary Vallely, Central Southsea Ward.
George, nice to see you.
Peter Candlish, Eastern Craneswater.
Hello, Peter.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Hello, Hugh. Thank you for the nomination. Okay. Officers, if you could introduce yourselves, please.
Good morning. I'm Ian Maguire, the Assistant Director for Planning and Economic Growth.
Peter Bell, City Solicitor, standing in for Juliette Gill, who's away on absence.
I'm Simon Turner. Good morning. I'm a team leader in the planning department.
Morning, Chair. David Hodges, Head of Development Management.
Alison Harper, Local Democracy Officer.
Thank you, Alison. If I could ask people planning to speak during the meeting, giving deputations, to introduce themselves, that would be helpful. If we can start over in the left-hand side, a face I recognise.
Jacob Shaw, local resident, speaking against 1 Sheffield Road.
We may need you to get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you. Perhaps the microphone's not working. We need to be able to hear you.
When you speak, if you don't keep your finger on it, they can't. Okay, that's fine. Why not speak? Speak now.
Peter Fitzpatrick, Sussex Road.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you.
And Nicholas Pink, Sussex Road.
Richard Lacey, Sussex Road.
Thank you. Welcome.
Michelle Cole from Flint Street.
Thank you. Welcome.
Simon Fletcher, the applicant for 1 Sheffield Road.
Welcome, Mr. Fletcher.
Carrie-Anne Wells, agent for Applecall, representing 57 Queen's Road and 67 Copner Road.
Good morning, Carrie-Anne. Anybody else? Chafer.
Melissa Chafer, Sussex Road.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Sadia Amin and I'm here for St Michael's, former St Michael's Lodge site.
Thank you. Welcome.
Anna Martin, resident of Stone Street.
Paul Brindley.
Sorry, Anna.
Royal Marines Museum.
Anna, sorry, are you speaking on? You're not, sorry. Okay.
Yes, I am going to speak.
If people who are speaking can make themselves known, that would be useful. Sorry. Okay, we might need to get you a little closer to the microphone.
Penelope Reid, speaking about the Royal Marines Museum.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. If you, yes, thank you. So just press once to light the red light and press it again, it'll turn it off. Okay, all right. We'll get the hang of it as we go through. Fine. Okay, thank you, everybody. Welcome. So apologies for absence. I think we've gone through them, haven't we? Susie Horton, Judith Smythe, Mary Valley, Chris Dyke. We have standing deputies all over the place this morning. Thank you very much, everybody. Declarations of interest, members, for today's meeting? No. Okay, thank you. Minutes of the previous meeting, pages 5 to 14 in your pack. Would anybody like to move them as an accurate record? I'm happy to move. Okay, seconded. Councillor Mason. Thank you. I'll sign those later. Okay, to today's substantive business. Got an interesting selection of applications today. Who's presenting? I think it's Ian.
I will present the first item. Thank you.
St Michael's Lodge.
The ex-St Michael's Lodge at Silver Street, Stone Street, Gold Street and Flint Street. 18 dwellings, so 12 houses, 6 flats. Members will recall they saw this in September of last year and deferred it to seek some further consultation, which I'll come to in a moment. So that is the site in that central square there, accessed through Diamond Street, as you can see through the protrusion to the west. The consultation that was the product of deferral in September was to allow the housing department to consult tenants of the Flint Street block over the red rectangle you can hopefully see on the screen there, which forms part of the demise of that block of flats at the moment. That consultation was duly undertaken by the housing department as detailed in paragraph 1.1.3 and the outcome of that at 1.1.4 within the report in front of you. I would highlight that obviously that is not the statutory or disposal consultation by the housing department. That is, if further consultation may well need to occur by the housing department, as and when planning permission is granted. That was an additional piece of consultation that the planning committee requested that they undertook, and they have done so. And as you can see there, we had 2 written objections come back and 3 further objections via the ward member highlighted, raising issues largely already raised by other objectors and otherwise covered in the report. So it resulted in no change to the report, which is duly provided again for you without amendment in today's agenda. As we had the opportunity, we did another round of public consultation, including those neighbour notification letters and a site notice to ensure everyone was fully up to speed with the scheme. The scheme, as I say, this is the site, members will be aware from the last presentation, that is the land that is being required for access under this proposal, and these are the various garden spaces that that block has for context. This is the scheme, firm perimeter block set in to provide landscape spacing and the retention of trees. Integral garages, as you can see, all access from inside that new courtyard, and some parking on Silver Street. That is the previous scheme. This scheme, members will recall and can see in the report, was refused by the planning committee, went to appeal and was found to be acceptable on all its merits, barring some legal agreements which have been resolved for today's meeting. So that scheme was acceptable on a merititious assessment and has now changed into, if I can get this right, into that scheme. As you can see, what they've done is they have moved that southwest block, bottom left image, slightly further away. to the current scheme in front of us now, which was an acceptable position, but is obviously more acceptable in terms of its proximity to neighbours. And they have deleted, on the northern side off Silver Street, deleted one parking space to provide some additional landscaping opportunities on that space. The parking provision is still above your requirements, not materially so in a way that we're concerned with, but more than adequate even after the removal of that one parking space. So the scheme, as members recall, saw a three-storey form largely through the site, similar in scale and layout to the wider area, and a mixture of architectural styles that are deemed to be appropriate for the location. That is your layout with those spaces within those internal courtyards. An indicative layout there of the flats, as you can see in the blocks on the north, and just as before, some previous information about the two impacted windows in that Flint Street block, which you'll say was deemed to be acceptable by the inspectorate and is slightly improved now. I think that is the lot. I'll leave you with that one. So the report takes you through all the material planning considerations, including providing an update from the Housing Department. We've also reviewed the report in paragraphs 1.1.13 onwards, just to update it with a changed NPPF, which obviously came in at the end of the last year, and other relevant updates, including the sealed chargeable amount, has no impact on the substantive recommendation, which remains to be permitted, subject to conditions as laid out in the report. More than happy to take any questions. We have two objectors speaking for 6 minutes each.
Thank you, Ian. Sadia, over to you. You have 6 minutes to give your deputation. If you just press the on button, and off you go.
I'm Sadia Amin and I'm a resident of Stone Street. I have lived in Stone Street since 2000, May 2000. Here is my deputation outlining my objections against the application to build 18 dwellings on the former St Michael's Lodge site. The proposed development will have a detrimental effect on neighbours and myself and my family because of the loss of light, the overbearing impact, the loss of privacy and the impact of increased traffic. The loss of light. The proposal has a particularly detrimental impact on Stone Street residents with regards to the light. Paragraph 6.31 of the committee report says, regarding the potential for a loss of sunlight, the separation distance to the Stone Street apartments would ensure that there would be no material impact on the sunlight received by the apartments, apart from perhaps late afternoon in winter. I consider there would be no effect on daylight. As such, the scheme would be unlikely to materially impact the amenities of Stone Street apartments. As the report itself acknowledges, there would be some loss of light. I disagree that there is no material impact on residents, and the winter is when the light is most needed. The west-facing living rooms in Stone Street flats, which are directly opposite to the proposed sites, including my flat, the rooms where we as residents are likely to spend the greater part of the day are at the front of the flats, so the reduced light will have a significantly detrimental impact on us and our well-being. It will also result in more use of lighting, meaning increased energy bills. The health impact assessment submitted as part of the previous application, considered at the Planning Committee on the 12th of October 2022, mentioned the importance of daylight as part of a good quality living environment, but the proposal will still have the opposite effect on Stone Street residents and give us a poor quality living environment. Overbearing impact. I'm not against the development on the site, but the proposal is far too intense in the number of units and the design for its size. The area's attractive character, as noted in paragraph 6.10 of the report, with its setback blocks, visual gaps and established landscaping would be damaged by the density of the layout. The minerals estate blocks are arranged so they do not overlook each other or block light. The open green space around them, a valuable asset in a densely populated city, would be lost with the proposal. Loss of privacy. Because of their height, the 8 four-storey townhouses will directly overlook the lounges, balconies, front bedrooms and communal gardens of Stone Street flats, and leave us as residents with no privacy. Protecting privacy by keeping blinds and curtains closed will further reduce the amount of natural lights in our flats. Stone Street residents could look into rooms on the other side of the street. Traffic and parking. Parking and pollution issues are already a huge concern in the area. Increased traffic and demand for parking will damage air quality and residential amenity. The area would not be able to cope with the level of increased demand. Concerns have already been expressed by, for example, the local highways authority about the impact on the area of parking and traffic when permission was granted for the Brewery House development in September 2020. This has now been completed, but with no parking provision for its 17 flats. Has its impact on parking and traffic in the area been taken into consideration? The proposed access via Diamond Street unsuitable, as its narrow width will lead to vehicles queuing up to get in and out of reversing into Flint Street. The surrounding streets are narrow and it can be difficult for cars to pass each other. Diamond Street, the proposed single entrance to the development, is particularly narrow and there could be congestion while cars try to go in and out. Diamond Street has one of the entrances to the nursery, so this could pose a risk to children. The intensity of the development will increase the number of vehicles in the area, with the subsequent deterioration in air quality while they search for parking spaces or wait to get in and out of the courtyard. Poor air quality is a significant problem in Portsmouth, as shown by initiatives to improve it, such as the Clean Air Zone and campaigns to reduce idling. The Council's Health and Wellbeing Strategy 2022 to 2030 environmental risk to public health identifies air quality as one of the priorities and notes that air pollution is the greatest environmental risk to public health in the UK, and it is known to have disproportionate effects on vulnerable groups. To conclude, permission should be refused for the application in its current format because of the considerations I have outlined. The excessive number of units proposed for the site will be a detrimental effect to the area. It will fail to provide a good standard of living environment for neighbouring and local occupiers, as well as future residents and users of the development. Fewer units with more green space, in keeping with the position and the style of the current blocks, would be more suitable and provide a higher standard of living environment for the existing and future residents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your deputation. Michelle, 6 minutes.
I probably won't need the whole 6 minutes. I live in Flint Street and my kitchen is directly over the green area that they're thinking of taking out. I have 3 children who are neurodiverse, and it's quite easy for me to go down there with them and close the gate on the other side, and then I can let them run free while I sit on the wall and I know they can't get out to the road. But if I lose that space, I have nowhere to take my 3-year-old because he can get out of all the parks in Portsmouth. He's worked out that he's strong enough to open the kiddie gates. So it's not safe unless someone is watching him at all times. But I have 4 children, 3 of who are neurodiverse. And having a space for them to be in would be ideal for me, and that is the ideal space. There is lots of other areas around there that has direct access into it. There is a main direct access on Gold Street, which would actually be a better entrance for them. It's wider, and Gold Street is a wider road. Diamond Street has 3 parking spaces on it, and with those 3 parking spaces, you've probably got just about car width. Sometimes you have to go on the pavement to be able to get past cars if they're parked there. And you've got the school nurseries entrance right there as well. So I don't believe that Diamond Street is the best entrance for them to be using. There is 3 sides that are on wider roads that would be a better entrance for them. As she said, I'm also, with the light, in our kitchen, we have to have the light on all the time while we're in the kitchen because it's the one that goes directly onto that area, and we have no light in there unless we have the light on. It is really dark the whole time. So I think adding 3-storey flats or 4-storey house, it's 4 stories, isn't it, that they're going up to, would block out light to our kitchen as well. So we would once again still have to have the light on all the time, but it would be, we can just about get away with it until about middle of the afternoon without the light on, but then you have to turn it on to have any light in that kitchen. And it's my children, the main thing is that's the place that they can run around in safely, really, and they wouldn't have that anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation. I wonder if officers might want to pick up on, or Ian, if you want to pick up on some of the points raised in the deputations.
So I think it's covered in the report, I think, adequately. Obviously, if there are any questions that arise from that, we can certainly deal with them. Yeah.
Right, told me. Okay. Members, any questions on this application? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Amin spoke about the loss of light in her deputation. I was wondering if we could hear a little bit more about how loss of light is calculated by the officers, please.
So the council has no adopted method of calculation. There are a number of industry standards available. You have no minimum separation distances either applying across the city. Here we've got a cross road distance of about 19 to 22 metres to the Stone Street flats. Those councils that have adopted standards from rear to rear, which obviously are the big separations, are usually in that around 21 metres, 22 metres would be the norm for suburban councils. So a 19 to 22 metre is a generous separation to ensure privacy, light, amenity is preserved from a back garden to back garden degree of separation. Across the street in Portsmouth, half that is not unusual, certainly substantially less than that. These are set back. It's part of the character of the area, and that character is being preserved, so they're set back normally. So the degree of setback is adequate, that we are satisfied that the impact on amenity, privacy, overshadowing and light would not be an unreasonable one.
Thank you, Ian.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hugh.
The deputation mentioned parking. How many parking places are being provided for these flats, and how does it compare to our accepted standards?
Thank you. So our standards for these flats for the 18 units, and obviously it varies on the size of units, but you add them all up, would be 30 spaces required. The proposal provides 32 parking spaces, including obviously the garaging, which is protected by condition to be available for parking. So there is an adequacy of parking on that basis. Obviously the 2 parking spaces in Diamond Street would be removed as part of this proposal, and the intention is to relocate parking provision onto the highway where the existing access is, so that public accessible parking would also not reduce in this scheme.
Yeah, thank you. The site has been derelict, I understand, or an open green space since 2002, which is over a quarter of a century ago. At what point does the plans make a material change to the area? Because at the moment it's an area that has open space and open green space, and as I think it was Ms Little said, it would change the nature of the area, this application.
Well, so it's white land, that's the planning designation, so it's previously developed land, so it's not an open green space in the definitions of planning. Obviously there is, it's been colonised, I'm sure, in certain issues, and biodiversity net gain would need to be considered on new schemes for those matters. This one's, I think, too old for that. So there is no change of use on that basis beyond the fact that obviously there's 18 flats going on there and what was previously the St Michael's Lodge. So there is an impact on the character of the area undeniably. I would suggest, however, in my professional view, it is a positive impact, not a negative one. Currently you have, I wouldn't call it greenland, I'd call it wasteland across most of the site as empty, previously developed land, and it will have a high quality development built on it, which is respectful to the built form of the surrounding estate and this part of the city.
Yeah, actually, the follow-up to that is the what are the biodiversity enhancements when the space is taken away?
Bear with me, I'm just flicking through the... Yeah, so condition number 7, we're still resolving those, so we've required that before the development gets into a stage where they interfere with biodiversity, a scheme of biodiversity enhancements should be submitted for approval. Obviously that will, a variety of different enhancements are available through the logical and easy ones, the swift bricks and the like into the built form, but also utilising the landscaping which we've reserved for further condition as well, but they would normally form a part of habitat enhancement along swift bricks, bird boxes, bat boxes, these likely in the trees and in the buildings themselves.
Ian, I'm interested, just pick up on the comment about Diamond Street doesn't feel like a very obvious entrance to this development for reasons. It's very narrow and getting rid of people's gardens and all the rest of it. Why hasn't Gold Street?
Chairman, could you speak to the microphone? I'm
Sorry.
getting old and deaf.
No, it's okay. It serves you right for nominating me. You could go yourself. Why Diamond Street really is the question when there are, seems to me, sort of other entrances that are sort of wider and more obvious.
As always with planning, we're not able to look at, would we prefer it to be different? We must look at the acceptability of things. So is Diamond Street unacceptable is the only question we can ask ourselves. In this case, it is not. The Highways Authority looked at it carefully and looked at the width and the accessibility and satisfied it's a perfectly safe access point. I can only therefore offer a general professional opinion. The firm block edge created and that ability to create a defensible space in the middle for parking represents a good form of urban design. You often end up with quite permeable infill developments when you're surrounded by roads, allowing ne'er-do-wells to pass through it in a way that will be unacceptable. So that firm block edge is a common, making a city block is a common goal for architectural design in previously developed land in the urban centre. That may be, personal opinion, may be why they've chosen this issue, but we've identified that it is an acceptable solution for the site. Like all schemes, there are pros and cons for every choice, but we believe it is acceptable, and I would obviously point out, as did the Planning Inspectorate on appeal, when that was a previous reason this committee wished to, or previous committee wished to use to withhold plan permission, that concern was not upheld by the Planning Inspectorate, and I can say therefore with high confidence it wouldn't be upheld if we tried to refuse it again, and indeed if that was attempted reason for refusal, we'd likely have costs awarded against us because the Inspectorate's already looked at that question.
Okay, any more questions, members? Comments? Thoughts? Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, I have problems with the fact that...
Apologies, Chair, deep apologies. So we do have Councillor Hunt has come in, whether we want to introduce him before we get on to... Yeah.
Thank you. I have problems that the planning application takes away green space, enclosed garden area of the council's council tenants and private tenants on Flint Street, which is adjacent to the proposed entrance on Diamond Street. And to me, that's wrong.
Thank you. This is a question, isn't it? Where are we at with the strip of land that the council owns? What's the latest with that? Because that was obviously part of the debate before.
Yes, and doesn't form part of a planning debate. So the Housing Department, as detailed in 1.1.13 and 1.1.14, did the consultation as requested. And yes, understandably, and one of the residents that responded is here today and has understandably expressed that they don't wish to see that bit of garden removed for the reasons as explained. It will be for the council as landowner to decide and do the necessary steps for disposal if and when plan permission is granted. It doesn't form that legal position doesn't form part of the scheme, whether or not, and it is a detriment of the scheme that what is currently a bit of communal garden space is becoming a driveway, undeniably a detriment of the scheme. Whether that's a justified reason to withhold planning permission is a judgment for the planning committee. I would unfortunately have to flag, though, that of course that is part of the scheme in the last consent or the last refusal that wasn't upheld. Wasn't a reason for refusal expressed, but it was obviously part of the scheme, which the planning inspectorate didn't find was an unacceptable impact, especially when you look in light of that tilted balance that is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. So a very legitimate and understandable concern and material consideration, but not one in officer's view or in the planning inspectorate's view that justifies withholding plan permission.
I guess it's Chair's prerogative. Can I ask another question, if that's all right with members? There was a bit in the report around the fire authority. I mean, I happen to know there, but I don't. Was there specific feedback from the fire authority? I think there was a general comment. I don't understand how a fire appliance vehicle would get access through Diamond Street.
I would have to check specifically whether they comment on that. Of course, they wouldn't necessarily need access through Diamond Street. It's accessible from the highway on all other three sides.
I would also think about people moving in, large removal vans. Difficult to get a large vehicle through there. Okay, all right. Any other comments? Members? No? Hugh and then Mark.
Whilst one might have wished to see a different scheme, we have to deal with the scheme which is before us, and I can see no sustainable objection to this scheme. It meets our planning requirements, it meets the prescription in favour of development, it is not overbearing in any planning terms, and so I would propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Hugh. Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, could I just, I know that adjacent on the roundabout at the end of Elm Grove, King Street, there's the former Records Office site, and my understanding is the council's looking to have 50 or so dwelling set of buildings there. So combined with that, with a 54-bedroom development with 32 car spaces, surely in very narrow roads, that does make an impact to people's lives. Because of the nature of the apartments and houses, they're likely to be family homes or people with younger people, perhaps people who work. So when you zoom out slightly and look at the scale of traffic changes, I think that's really quite considerable.
Are you moving a proposal? Or is that
personally, I would like us to defer the decision until we know what the housing departments are going to do with the strip of land.
Are you moving that as a motion? Peter,
Members, if you do require any advice, obviously Mr. Balfe can elaborate, but obviously this application was previously deferred for the non-planning consideration of the Housing Department's future choice. To defer it again for that would not be reasonable, to be absolutely blunt. There is a process that the council would need to go should they wish to dispose of that land. We cannot prejudge that process. Either way, the council can refuse to dispose of that land, preventing the delivery of this scheme. They can allow for that. There are separate processes out with of planning for that land disposal, the same as there are for building control, for all sorts of other processes. It would not be a lawful decision today to do so.
Thank you, Chair. I really do feel sorry for the two ladies that have given their deputations today, but I also feel that we couldn't defend not putting this through today, so I would like to second Councillor Mason's.
Thank you. Okay, well, we have a proposal to move the officer's recommendations. Is there anything else? We need a seconder for Councillor Jeffries' proposal, if we're going to move that forward. Okay, all right, well, I think I'm reading the room. I think we need to come to a vote on this. Okay, members, those in favour of the recommendation those in favour of the motion to move the officer's recommendation, please indicate. Those against? And anybody abstaining? Okay. It's tradition that the legal person announces the results. Or somebody?
I'll have it so that is plan permission is granted. Yeah.
Thank you, members. Let's move on to the next item.
Shall I?
Sorry.
That's all right. I thought I'd sit right in front of you so you couldn't ignore me.
It's almost impossible to ignore you.
Oh, it's completely impossible.
Welcome, Councillor Hunt.
Well, you know, I'm so thrilled to be back on the planning committee, which I've been on and off for nearly 25 years and have a love-hate relationship with. So I'm glad to be back amongst you all again. I'm sorry for my late arrival, but Mum has been in hospital. Tremendous care, I have to say, and hospital food is amazing. It's been tremendous watching her food. Sorry about this, but you've got to give them a plug now and again. And the care's been tremendous from people from all over the world. And the other thing I want to say is we just had to sort her care out this morning, so we got an unexpected call from the hospital. Therefore, I was unable to take part in the last item, and I apologise.
No, you're very welcome, and we understand, and obviously wish you well. Any declarations of interest for today's meeting?
Not at all.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for the nudge. So very unusually to, not notice you. It's quite unusual. Okay, right, let's move on.
Thank you, Chair. I'm taking this on. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So this is an application for both planning and listed building consent for the former Royal Marines Museum on Eastleigh Esplanade to change the use of the property from a museum to a hotel, to also include associated alterations for a construction of actually 2 single-storey amenity buildings to the rear. And so just in terms of broad location, so so the, just checking the pointer works. I got it the wrong way around. No, I am there. Okay, so it's this range here, thank you, running perpendicular to the main range of the former EC barrack blocks, close to the seafront. Here's an aerial view of the site. A couple of things to note. So the site includes this parking area, existing parking area here, which will be extended and remodelled. The main building for the conversion is this range here, and there is some hard surfacing and a very poor mid-20th century garage block to the rear corner. And as you'll see, this is the space in which the proposed amenity buildings will be erected. So just in terms of the red line, what the land includes, it's slightly unusual. You've got evidently a boundary running along here in front of the properties that have already been converted. This space to the front, there's existing hard surfacing and parking areas in and around the building, main range here, and then extending down into this car park and then across the esplanade where a proposed crossing will be provided under the scheme. So looking at the constraints on the site, you'll see from the report we've got significant constraints within the area. So these purple areas that you see on the scheme are conservation areas. The individual red dots are listed buildings. You see these referred to in the report. So the main range itself is listed. Grade 2, the monument in front to the west of the building is also listed, as is the former Barratt Block range along here. And then the hashed areas, so these red hashed areas, those are our scheduled monument. So they're the former defences in front of the barracks. And just in terms of constraints, we are very close to the seafront, but interestingly, under our current flood risk data from the Environment Agency, the site's not at flood risk, which is important because we are using, the proposal proposes to use basements within the building, and actually in terms of our future flood risk. So even when we project forward with allowing for climate change, sea level rises, and on the basis of an undefended scenario, that means if we didn't do the sea defences that we're actively building, the site is still not within an area of flood risk on our current data. So looking at the proposals in terms of the layout, so the key change is in relation to the building of these two amenity buildings in the rear. So originally they were proposed as a single structure. That was amended during the course of the application to try and improve the appearance of these and their impact and to lessen their impact on the relationship with the main building. What you'll see from, you see how they're sited on what's existing hard surface and sort of later garage buildings. In terms of their what they propose, what they will look like. It's refusing to move on. Now it's done it 4 times. Hang on, let's try again. So in terms of in their appearance, they are deliberately designed to be low structures so that you can see. If you just look, they were intended to sit below the boundary wall that's running along the eastern boundary so that they are discrete in terms of wider views. In terms of their sort of layout and function, you'll see the northern one on the left here has a pool and changing rooms, and then the southern one has a cafe, gym, treatment rooms, and this is all intended to support the proposed hotel business and also allows it's a balance to be struck in terms of reusing the existing building. If we try to incorporate pools into the historic structure, that would be incredibly challenging to its character and internal layout. So a balance is being struck between providing these in fresh buildings to the rear as opposed to trying to incorporate them within the historic fabric of the building. And moving on to the conversion of the building itself, you see we've tried to put these floor plans up against existing and proposed up against each other as much as possible. So you can see actually the limited intervention that's needed to deliver the proposed hotel in terms of historic fabric of the building, which is a key issue. The interior and its layout, and you'll see some of the photos later, it's a key aspect of its character, one of the reasons why it's listed. It's fortunate in this case, its a historic purpose was as a mess hall and offices, so it lends itself in some ways reasonably to the proposed use. But you can see even with providing modern facilities like ensuite, bedrooms, etc., we're very much, the proposal is very much working within the floor plans of the existing floor layout of the existing building. So unfortunately I can't get this on a sensible level on 2 slides together, but this is the existing ground floor and then the proposed. And again, you can see how that is using very much the existing layout. Even when we're looking at the back of house here with the kitchen and stores, still using these historic layout of the property. It's a key aspect of retaining its character and appearance. And the chief intervention in the building, as you see from the elevations, these little grills here. So these are little railings in front of the basement rooms, just as a necessary safety feature. Going up, just to highlight on this first floor, you've got these reception rooms and main hall, again reflecting original use of the building. So it's key that these spaces are retained in any proposal, and the scheme is helpful in terms of the nature of its use, allows us to do that. And then you can see, again, even when providing bedrooms off to the northern and southern wings, they do that within the existing footprint. And just moving up through the building, you'll see that sort of reflects throughout the layout proposed. Apologies, the zapper is refusing to move on for me. Okay, and then just up into the roof at the top floor, and if I can move on to the next one. So just looking at the elevations, so top existing, bottom proposed, you'll see how little intervention there is into the historic structure. A key aspect is the central feature of the building, its Portland stone, a substantial and historic feature and key to the character of the building and key that is retained as part of any proposals. And again, likewise from the rear, you can see limited intervention and changes to the building, and it's very, in terms of its proposed use, hugely sympathetic to the character and appearance and the historic feature and its historic interest. And then just moving on to the side, you'll see again a similar scenario with both side elevations, the very limited intervention shown to those. Just a point about privacy and the relationship between the buildings. So let's go to the bottom right. So this is the range that has been converted into residential. So the gap across the two buildings there, about 10 metres. So there's 10 metres there, as you can see. Now, a key thing in terms of privacy and overlooking is the angle between the buildings and being perpendicular to each other. So as we heard in the previous item, let's go to the bottom left image. If we're looking at window-to-window distances, so back-to-back, ordinarily we'd look for about 20 metres as an acceptable distance in more suburban scenario to ensure privacy. Where your property is at an angle, that reduces your field of vision out of the window, and typically you can get much closer without causing a privacy issue because in effect what you can see is limited. Here we're very much directly across, so again your view is very much restricted even when you're at shorter distances. So putting in a 30-degree view on, by the time we reach the window further down the property, we're well over that 20 metres. Where the distances are shorter, your angle is so acute that your ability to see into either room is severely restricted. But also, we should expect any use will require an outlook from these windows out across the west, across the front of the site, and we would expect any use to utilise those openings for daylight, sunlight, and natural ventilation into rooms. And of course, that relationship already exists and exists for a substantial length of time, and will continue to do so. So if we find a use for the building, it's inevitable that there will be uses in these rooms, and they will have a view out across there. Just in terms of taking you to some photos of the building so you can hopefully see its quality. This is the building in its setting, so this is set from the rear and side. This is where the proposed amenity building would go, and you can see this area contributes little currently to the building setting and character, and therefore taking a balanced view on the need to, on the proposal to put the building into that location because it's the least harmful location. Here you can see the quality of the front of the building, particularly the steps up and the porticoed entrance. So some views out. So this is existing car park to access off the esplanade, and you can see you come in from the south into this parking area here, which will be amended as per the proposals. Just some final views again. When I referred to the listed monument in the report, that's the feature you can see bottom left there. So that's listed in its own right, that property there. And just to pick up on a couple of extra points in terms of the proposals. Clearly, we emphasise the reuse of the building, finding a future for a heritage asset. That's incredibly challenging. It's a very substantial building. Finding a building and finding a use for the building that involves such little effect on its layout and character, again, is also challenging. Allied to that, there's significant weight given towards the tourism impacts of the proposal. So our own tourism and visitor economy strategy refers to this current proposal for the change of use. That document has a primary target market of overnight and short break market for staying visitors. And an objective in that document is to increase the value of the visitor economy in the city. Both our housing and economic development needs assessment and our economic growth and regeneration strategies both identify growth in demand for hotel accommodation. In terms of the supporting documents for the local plan, the Portsmouth Hotel Development Assessment identifies strongest opportunities for growing the city's hotel market, lies in the leisure and cruise markets, and the locations with the greatest appeal, unsurprisingly, is the waterfront. And also the Portsmouth Economic Impact Research, just to give you an idea of, so this proposal will be 96 rooms, in terms of an audit of existing hotels in the city. Your largest hotels will be the Marriott and Holiday Inn, so they're about 175 rooms. The majority of the other hotels, over 100 rooms, are in the budget range, so Premier Inn, Travelodge, Ibis, and the Holiday Inn Express. So that gives you a flavour of where the size of the building would sit within the local market. Just to go back to, if I can, that to the parking layout and traffic, just to mop up on those issues. So there's 118 parking spaces shown. They're spread across the site. So the majority are in this parking area here. We've been back and forth with English Heritage a number of times about the layout here to minimise the impacts both on the settings of the buildings and these historic monuments. So there is 118 spaces overall, so the majority in there, and within the layout as a site, we're utilising existing parking here, and there's a couple of spaces there. The parking area will provide parking for staying guests, for staff, and for any visitors using the additional facilities. The parking standard, there isn't a parking standard in our adopted document, but we have, it's been assessed on the basis of an occupancy rate of about 81%. That'd be well over the national average. And the local average, which are more like 71, 73%. So it's a worst case scenario in terms of the parking provision for the number of rooms. So it, in effect, it's an over provision. And just in terms of the traffic movements, so there's a traffic movement, traffic assessment, as transport assessment has been submitted. That assesses that there will be 22 traffic movements in the morning peak and 15 in the afternoon peak, and then a total of 250 two-way movements overall. That isn't assessed against the existing use of the museum. So there'll be a credit for obviously the existing traffic movements associated with the lawful use of the site. But you can see at one movement per 4 minutes during the afternoon peak, that's not a significant impact on the highway network overall. And that very much those traffic movements we expect to be spread out during the day. So with those and with the amendments in the SMAT to the plan numbers and the condition 26, Chair, we recommend the application for approval.
Thank you, David. I think we have 3 people speaking, objecting to the application. So it's 4 minutes each. If you can, I'm sure you've worked it out between you. So in whichever order you want to go.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll declare I am Penelope Reid. I am a resident of Marine Gate, the neighbouring buildings. I'm also, for the record, the chairman of Marine Gate Management Company South Sea Limited, which owns the freehold of the remainder of the former Eastney Barracks. I want to start today by making it clear that I express my concerns about the 2 applications not on the basis of NIMBYism, but out of genuine concern that in the city of Portsmouth, widely acknowledged as the 2nd most densely populated city in the UK outside London, the overdevelopment of the Eastney seafront is contrary to the interests of those, both residents and visitors, who currently enjoy the tranquility of this city oasis. Firstly, the existence of the former museum on the site of the original officers' mess is a visible and respected location for serving and veteran Royal Marines in a city that is world-renowned for its historical associations with the Royal Navy and Marines. When the site was separated from the remainder of the former Eastney Barracks after closure in 1991, its continuation as a museum included the maintenance of the memorial gardens. This continues today due to the voluntary care provided by gardeners from the Royal Marines Charity, with permission of the property owner. However, despite the listed building status of the property, the state of the main buildings and ancient monuments has deteriorated substantially, due in no small part to the minimal security of the property by the applicant. While the committee's emphasis today is on whether to grant permission for a change of use from museum to hotel and accept the applicant's proposals for alterations to the main building, those of us who have observed the gradual dilapidation of the outside of the building and the Eastney Battery East can only speculate on the internal deterioration based on damaged windows and the amount of debris seen at the rear of the building, that is until the applicant installed a barrier. Secondly, it is claimed that a hotel will provide significant employment opportunities and social amenities for local people, but the applicant has consistently declined to engage with those of us in neighbouring residential properties and acknowledged within the application that the impact of building development and hotel operation would benefit from open cooperation. As cohabitees in PCC's Conservation Area 17, the residents of the Marine Gate estate have long experience of complying with conditions relating to planning, listed building consent and tree preservation orders, to name but a few. Converting a building that was predominantly made up of small rooms into a hotel with over 100 rooms fit for guests expecting 5-star accommodation was always ambitious. It should also be remembered that gaining 5 stars is dependent upon the evaluation of organisations that award such status, not on the owner or developer. Which brings me to the current situation of the applicant's recent decision to put the property back onto the market via Savills estate agents. I have received no reply from PCC Planning and Economic Development to my request for confirmation that today's hearing is specifically to address the request to convert the property from a museum to a hotel. I've been involved in commercial property transactions in my career and understand that planning permission attaches to the property rather than the applicant. So it is of some concern that Savills' sales brochure is presenting the property as a development opportunity, not only as a leisure venue, a pub or a hotel, but also as an educational establishment, a school, a care or retirement home, or for residential development, i.e. apartments. I would add that over the nearly 5 years since the property was purchased by the applicant, Many local people and former Royal Marines have considered that with appropriate publicity, the City Council could have supported and positively campaigned for the property to be a home for veteran Marines, similar to the Admiral Jellicoe House in Loxway Road. I therefore ask the committee to consider very carefully the inclusion of specific development conditions in its decisions on both the FUL and LBC applications. As the local planning authority, you have wide powers, albeit limited in some respects, and I ask that you consider deferring the design proposals from the applicant, making no decision other than on change of use and listed building consent. Finally, from me anyway, the uncertainty of ownership makes it difficult for neighbours to know how much longer the site will remain in its present undeveloped state and how the exposure this gives to squatters and trespassers might be exploited and spill over into neighbouring residential land. In recent months, antisocial behaviour on the site has come to the attention of the police and fire service. No one, including myself, wants the property to become an eyesore that attracts those who have no interest in its history or potential. I'll leave it to Paul Williams to present more detail.
Hi, it's Paul Williams. I'm a resident. In fact, you saw a picture of my flat in the presentation, so I'm very close to the hotel, well, the proposed hotel. I have provided a detailed response to the Planning Office report, and I have seen that there are some responses to that in the notes that I've received. This doesn't really change the principle of what I have to say, and I have provided the committee with my questions, and really that's the way I'm going to address this, is that I could go on forever about what I think the problems are with this application, but in the end I think it's about addressing a few basic questions. Okay, so in the time I have now, I'm focusing on residential amenity and the importance, and its importance appears to have been set aside in favour of economic and heritage benefits. So the four questions I have are, firstly, you've been asked to give significant weight to economics and heritage. I understand that under both national policy and legal precedent, benefits must be clearly explained and supported by evidence, which I have not seen, right? I've looked at all the paperwork. I cannot see a proper justification or evidence for it. Lots of waffle, not a lot else. Secondly, assuming the committee agrees that residential amenity is a material consideration, where are the assessments that show the impact of noise, light, privacy, servicing, traffic on our homes? You know, I've seen the report or the presentation. Nobody's been to my flat to have a look at the angles. There's a balcony that looks directly into my sitting room and directly into my bedroom, right? Surely this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable from a privacy point of view, and it's unacceptable from a noise point of view. Yeah, 25 meters or whatever the number came up with is debatable on the impact of that, but noise travels perfectly well over 25 meters, and I've only got single pane windows, which is what the heritage side says I must have. So can't say I was particularly happy with that presentation or the distorted pictures that were going, which shows it being much further away than it actually is. I put in my report what it actually looks like from my window, and it looks nothing like the pictures you were shown. Thirdly, where are the residential amenity conditions? I mean, there's only one, right? For all of this change, there's only one, yeah? And okay, they've made a few changes to it, but it still lacks precision and enforceability. Fourthly, well, I'm moving a little bit on from planning really and more into some of the areas that Penny touched on. The museum is being sold. The current developer is stepping away. A new developer will be considering the risks of developing a hotel as it is, at an unproven site in a residential and conservation area, away from the commercial centres and transport hubs of Portsmouth, with a high purchase, development and running costs, and with the knowledge that the Royal Beach Hotel, which is in a better location, is being converted into living accommodation, which has greater planning support due to the city's housing shortage. Considering this, what is the future of this application? Finally, I appreciate that for you, this is about policy and priorities. But for my family and my neighbours, this is about personal impact. We are mainly retired. We bought our homes expecting a quiet future beside a museum, not a 24-hour hotel. The application will fundamentally change the character of where we live. This is not just about economics and heritage, it's also about quality of life. Therefore, I ask you to consider these 4 questions carefully, because for us, this will impact, because of this, the impact will be life-changing for us. Therefore, I ask you to consider the 4 questions. I've done that. So I would like to ask the committee to defer the application until these key questions are fully answered and appropriate safeguards are in place. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Paul Brindley.
Sorry, Ms Williams, if you could just switch your microphone off, that would be useful. Thank you.
So I'm still calming down.
Still on. Good morning again. I will focus my short comments just on the area which is closest to me in Pitcairn Mews and Mountbatten Square. That is the northeast section of the current building, i.e. the rear and proposed site of the amenities building. The report is dismissive of our concerns. Has the person that compiled the report walked the site or spoken to any residents? Certainly not me or any of my near neighbours. Section 5.15 states that the kitchen equipment is unlikely to cause loss of amenity to near properties. I consider that to be totally incorrect. Because of the prevailing wind and no limit on sound insulation mandated for the kitchen. The amenities building, which has been changed because the first proposal was that it was to abut that flint wall, which is the side of my garden. So that flint wall runs directly down from where I actually live. The amenities building would only be 10 metres from my garden and other neighbouring gardens. And the proposal to put a 2-metre boarded fence where there is now a dilapidated chain link fence, I think is totally wrong, and it should be something more substantial. Also, from what I can find, there is no time limit stated for deliveries in that rear area, or for the emptying of bins and glass bottles, etc. Should the proposal go ahead, I propose that there is a time frame window imposed between 0800 in the morning and 1800 hours during the day. And I also propose that should it go ahead, which I don't wish it to, this timescale should also apply, if planning is granted, to the building and refurbishment of the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all three of you. Thank you. Members, questions? Councillor Hunt.
Can I ask the planning officer, some of the issues raised by the residents there, I've looked through the conditions at the back. I mean, they seem to be pretty comprehensive. But if anything else were to come up, say it did get consent today, if anything else were to come up, would we be able to look at those by way of conditions? I mean, it looked pretty much covered anyway.
Chair, no problem. Yes, so obviously both listed building and planning applications have a series of conditions recommended. If the scheme were granted today, the permission would be subject to those conditions and the need to agree those where necessary. If there were any additional conditions that members thought were necessary as a result of what you've heard today, obviously we can discuss and advise on those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think Councillor Mason.
A number of questions. The first one concerns the operation of a hotel here. We've seen where there is a car park. What is the service access, and where does the service access run when it comes, presumably from the back of the hotel, does it run through Marine Gate? How does it run?
Yes, so in terms of the, I don't know if you can just pop that, we'll just try and pop the layout back up quickly. So there is access from, let's if I can get the, so there is access off the esplanade through here and then up into the site, and then if I can get the right, we're back again. And then there's sort of road here and does allow for areas in here. There's doors into the building at the back here and here. It's undeniably tight, but any operator will need to deal with that. And it's not unusual for hotels to be in historic buildings which don't have the purpose-built facilities of a modern Travelodge, etc.
Okay, so that's from, so it would not interfere with the residents in the other blocks.
No. In terms of some of the issues that you've raised, obviously the servicing parking is all set to the south. The nearest residences have a sort of long distance view over those traffic movements and that parking area across this spectacular vista from the front of these properties. But as I say, this activity is set away deliberately from that. You've heard in relation to, obviously this will be a modern building, and the ability to insulate that effectively through the standards and building regs. It's also set down as a single-storey building deliberately to minimise its impact. And then the kitchen areas, again, are set into this part of the building. So we are, again, set away from the properties. And just to emphasise, obviously, any issues in terms of noise, disturbance, fumes could be dealt with through environmental health.
My second question would concern actually how we use a historic building. The basement windows appear very, very small, and it is proposed to put grills over them. Will this not produce unacceptable darkness within the rooms behind those very small windows?
So, Chair, I mean, it's a matter very much in terms of the scheme and the operator. They will know that they have some rooms that are more appealing than others, and they will likely charge more for those. In terms of the standard, we're not applying a permanent residential standard that we would in terms of normal outlook and light. And so we're reasonably satisfied that that's an acceptable use of the building. The basement already exists, and it would be challenging to find other uses for it if they think that they can viably provide hotel rooms in that space because there's sufficient light and outlook for people who will want to pay. That's very much a decision for the operator, I would have thought.
So we're happy with the grills. My third question would concern the landscaping. There are a number of fine trees on this site. Are these in front of the building? Are these going to be preserved, or can you say a little more about the landscaping of this site?
Yes, so you'll see when I originally put the constraints map that the whole of the area is covered by a conservation area. Because of that, the trees are protected by default within that area. The new building work that takes place is on an area where there are no existing trees, so it's set away from that arboricultural interest on the site. And the scheme, in effect, allows us to retain that tree cover as shown there. So it is, even where there is sort of parking here, this is an existing hard surface between the trees, and the trees also along here. So in actual fact, due to the nature of the sort of physical intervention on the site, it allows us to retain the trees, which is, as you've identified, a key character of the area.
Thank you, Chair. My question was something that came out from the deputation about alternate or potential alternate uses for the site.
Peter, we might need you slightly closer to the microphone.
Is that better, Chair? I forget where I started from, so I'll begin at the beginning. During the deputation, it came out that the property is being marketed for sale to an alternate owner, and that they were promoting the possibility of its use for things other than a hotel. Now, I'm clear that whether we like this application or not, our job is to judge this application as it sits before us. But can you give me any understanding about what the potential for changing the use is from hotel to something else? Are there any limits? Are there any conditions that we could put around that? Or is that something that is not within our power to control?
So in the first instance, my understanding is we haven't been approached about any alternative uses by any alternative prospective operator, so we haven't had any pre-application interest in that. So as it stands, the only proposal before us is this scheme for its reuse as a hotel. Hotel sits in Class C1. There, from my memory, no permitted changes from a Class C1 to any other type of use, and normally, even where those permitted development rights exist to change uses, they're restricted where the building's listed. So, no, if the scheme was granted, if it went ahead and was implemented, any future proposal for any of the uses that I understand were listed in the sales particulars would need a further consent. If this scheme doesn't happen, doesn't go ahead, and we get a scheme for those other uses, we need to look at those on their merits in terms of their impact on the building, on neighbouring properties, on traffic, and all the normal material issues, Chair.
Thank you. Peter, any more?
Several. So my next question actually concerns the fabric of the building and where it sits at the moment. So I have to declare something of an interest, although I look for the legal wording, but not a pecuniary interest. So I know the building well, and I've actually been inside it. I went inside it a year or so ago, but I didn't go throughout the building. Can you tell me something about the condition of the building from a historic building's point of view, and what is actually within it?
And so I was conscious the presentation was running on a little bit, so I have these but didn't do them as part. So one of the key aspects of the building and its significance is it's not just the exterior, it's not just its shell. And a listing lists the building as a whole, inside and out. When we move into the interior, you can see that there is a great deal of original features left from its construction. And you can also see that it's in need of upkeep and maintenance. One of the key things why we are emphasising the benefits of the scheme is that a proposal doesn't require the division of these spaces or the loss of these spaces in order to facilitate the hotel use. As a principle, the best thing that the building can have is a use and be in use. It's unfortunate that the museum closed. We can't force the museum to carry on opening. What we're looking at is, on its merits, is this an acceptable use? Does this the amount of interference in the building to deliver the hotel have an acceptable impact? Not all parts of the hotel building, I should say, are of the same quality, but even on back of house areas that here you can see original windows, you can see original staircases and original fireplaces as well. So these are all things that can be incorporated into the scheme as shown. But yes, a key benefit would be the potential restoration of these spaces.
Okay, I'm now moving outside of the building and onto the open space in front. So I see in the SMAT that we have got today that there are some additional words about the potential uses of it, because I was going to ask quite a few questions on that. So could you basically talk us through what that space can be used for and what it cannot be used for based on what's in the SMAT?
Yeah, sure. So because that's within the red line of the application, if the scheme was granted, it would form part of the planning unit of the hotel, so it could be used for hotel activities. we're responding to concerns that we've received both from third parties but also from our own environmental health officer about the prospect of functions which might be noisy and disturbing on there. And you don't need planning permission. It's an arguable issue. Do you need planning permission for marking? Potentially not if it's a temporary structure and you take it down and it's related to the lawful use. So we're just trying to cover ourselves against the possibility of that, and then the possibility of noisy exterior entertainment or activities. That's what we're trying to control. We need to be reasonably in the balance about this. We're trying to find a future for the building and its operation. I can't say that 30 people eating canopies on the lawn is harmful, but you know, a band at midnight, full blast, 100 decibels potentially is. So we're trying to find a reasonable balance in there, which allows a hotel to operate reasonably successfully if it goes ahead, but strikes a balance with neighbours and living conditions.
So specifically within that, I noticed the word is amplified. So that to me suggests something like a speaker system or whatever. The truth is that actually, partly due to the specific nature of the site, sound carries a long way there. So it is fundamentally pretty quiet because there's nothing but the sea very close to it on one side, and the framing of the buildings is such that the sound kind of bounces back. So noise is one of my key concerns within this space. And as evidence for that, anyone who's been down to any of the services on the site will know how well the sound carries, and it's in that context it is a real positive, but in other context I would see it as a real amenity harm. So I would like to, Chair, I don't know quite where and when you want to take this, but I would be, we're on questions. Okay, so my question would be, are there ways of further strengthening the condition that you are putting into this section to simply make it noise-generating events, significant noise-generating events, and I understand that's not very good language, so I'm hoping a legal officer might help me with better language. But the point being that if you were to have a band out front with drums and music, even if they did not have amplification, they would still be noise and intrusive. If the hotel wants to run a big, loud event without amplification, that would be a problem. Can we further restrict on that?
So there's various options. I mean, you could consider just restricting the use of that front area, just full stop. We don't believe that's a reasonable balance. That's why our recommendation is as it is, because it looks to strike a reasonable balance, and not all use of that front lawn would be harmful. So that would be our only concern in relation to that. And just to emphasise the point that, of course, if there is noise activities that are unreasonable and constitute a statutory nuisance, there are separate regimes that can control that. And likewise, we need to make a reasoned and balanced approach to it, because also the hotel will have guests who may not all be part of that event, who similarly will be paying to be able to hopefully sleep at night, etc. So there's a balance to be made, but that's a potential option as well if you were concerned.
That's it for the moment, Cheryl.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Jeffrey and then Hunt.
Yeah, could I just check? I might have missed it, but the 118 car parking spaces, are any of them going to be set out for people with disabled access needs?
I'm presuming yes. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you, but I'll just double check that layout for you. 2 seconds, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hunt.
I can't cast my mind back to 2021, but what does the seafront master plan say about this building? I'm looking for, there's a big report, and I'm so sorry I can't find it.
Chair, while Dave is looking up the other thing, so the Seafront Master Plan highlights opportunities. It is not a policy that says this must be that, but it does highlight specifically for this building a use for a hotel as the primary opportunity, but does talk about other potential uses, including residential.
Chair, just in relation to the looking at the car park layout, no, this doesn't appear that the spaces are specifically labelled as such, but just a reminder that there is spaces directly opposite in front of the building, 6 spaces there, which can be provided as, and they appear to be, they're not labelled as such, but they're laid out as if they're disabled spaces because they've got the additional parts at the side for accessing down the side, so they're wider spaces.
Okay, because I think there's a requirement for accessible or disabled bays to be fairly near to the entrance to the building, isn't it? So I think the main car park is some distance, isn't it, really?
So that's so that would be my interpretation of why those spaces opposite the front of the building are shown as a disabled size.
And there are 6?
6, yeah.
Which is slightly below, I think, government guidelines, which I think is 6% of the total spaces offered.
It will be one. It'll be one below on the basis of that standard. Right. Yeah.
I make the point. Okay, Councillor Coy.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Williams mentioned in his deputation that there are 5 missing assessments in the report: noise, light, traffic movement, servicing and deliveries. Could you confirm that these are indeed required under PCS 23 NPPF 185 and the Planning Practice Guide, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So those are all material issues that we've looked to address in the report in terms of the impact to neighbouring properties, the any noise, light impact, and the deliveries as well. So we're satisfied that there's sufficient information. If the highways officer would, needed more information over those issues, they would have asked. If the public protection, again, needed more information over those issues, again, they could have asked for that information. So we're satisfied that we've had enough sufficient information to make the recommendation and to understand the relationship between the existing residential properties and the potential hotel, and that's our recommendation is for approval is based on that understanding, Chair.
Yes, sorry, so we've got these 5 missing assessments. I'm just asking if they are required under our...
So I think the point is they're not missing assessments, Chair. We've got sufficient information to have made a recommendation, otherwise we wouldn't be before you. And we're conscious that the application's been with us for 3 years as well. So we're satisfied that that information is adequate for us to make a recommendation to you on the basis of our today.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask...
Could you get a little closer to them?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask...
A little closer.
I just wanted to ask, 2 of the objectors mentioned things about overdevelopment and also whether planning and environmental health officers actually visit the site. So I just wondered whether we could just have some clarity on those issues, please.
Yes, Chair. So clearly our officers always visit the sites, as you can see from the photos that you have in each presentation. So we're clear in our understanding of where the nearest residential properties are, and our assessments are made on the basis of that clear understanding. In terms of my colleagues who are our internal consultees, so in public protection in highways, I can't speak for them in terms of whether they've actually stood on the site, but if they were unclear, as I said, on the information that they needed, they would come back to us and request further information. If we needed that noise impact assessment, if we needed further information on highways or traffic movements or servicing, it's within their remit to ask for that. In this situation, they haven't, and they've say recommended some conditions to mitigate some of the impacts, which we're happy to include, but they haven't requested additional information.
Okay, members. Comments? Councillor Hunt.
All right. So going back to one of the main concerns which have been raised by councillors and the and the Deputy on page 53 on highway safety. You can read it for yourself. I won't go into it, but we've obviously seen from this report there's been negotiations around pedestrian access, and in this case, originally as part of the application, pedestrian access was being proposed via Mountbatten Square through Gunners Row. And following objections raised by the residents who lived there, this has been removed from the proposal. So there's been evidence of extensive negotiations with residents and the developers. So I've listened very carefully. I've looked at all the conditions, which seem to me at least to address the vast majority of the concerns that the deputations were making today. And what I have to say is that this isn't just about Gunners Row, and it is important, and it's not just about this actual building, which has been redundant for the last 3 years, and we've heard evidence from the residents themselves, there's antisocial behaviour there and so on, and we know from our experience with not developing large historic buildings that they fall into disrepair and sometimes go up in smoke and all this sort of thing. So the sooner we get somebody in there, the better. And as Councillor Candy says, we're looking at a hotel before us today, and that is the vision that we had in the Seafront Master Plan from some time ago. And turning to what goes on the seafront, you know, Portsmouth now receives something like 12 million visitors every year. And we haven't got the hotels that we need. And indeed, the reverse is true. Some of those hotel rooms have been going away and converted to homes, flats for people to live in. So we've seen some of them go away. And I can tell you, I think, that anybody who's anyone will want to come and stay at this place. We heard that the market says that the occupancy rate is around 84%, which is higher than many other hotels. And we have to understand, as a authority, all the changes that have gone along on the seafront. I remember at the Hot Walls, when there were changes there coming, and the residents would complain bitterly about the Hot Walls being converted to what they are now. And who would go back to what they were before? And it was the same with the coffee cup at Eastney, bitterly opposed. And it's the same over the swimming pool too, and those buildings there. So we have to, as a council, look at the seafront and consider the economic impact and what we want to do there. We are rather, wanting to be a European weekend destination break. We need the hotels to support that view. We see along the seafront now, we see Victoria's Festival, the ocean racing that's coming along off the seafront. We see European sailboarding events, Olympic qualifying events, the Great South Run, a whole range of festivals. And to support all of that, we see a much improved food and beverage offer. What we don't have is the sorts of hotels that people who come into the port, which has been front page news recently, in those boutique ships, wanting to stay in quality hotels. And that's what this looks like is going to be, a quality hotel. So on balance, I think that it's important that it goes ahead and that we approve the report today from the officers. It's a very detailed report, and I think it covers all of the issues that we could possibly be concerned about. So I think I've touched on the things that people were raising by the deputation, and I move the officers' report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Candlish, and then Jeffrey.
So I must admit I'm torn on this one a little bit, and I'll go through where my logic took me. So I looked at this through three main prisms beyond the planning application and law. So the first one is the commercial benefits, and as Councillor Hunt has outlined, I think these are likely to be strong for the area. There is a gap in the market for a high-end hotel in Southsea, and I say Southsea rather than Portsmouth because that is the market that they will be selling to. I think there is an area benefit from this as well. It will lift that part of the seafront, and as someone who lives there, you can see that spread of progress going down the front of the coast. And we have to remember also that Fraser Range will be coming in, which will be another high-end development in that area of the place, of the city. The second one, I think there's a very strong conservation argument about moving forward with this development. I've looked at the building from both outside and to an extent from within, perhaps I shouldn't have done. And you can see that this is a beautiful building that is starting to fall apart, and I believe that that process will accelerate. Am I happy about every aspect of this scheme? Perhaps not. But I believe this is probably the best route forward for the building that I can see. I like the way that the additional buildings have been put at the back, and that will be, if the building is to be converted and those sorts of buildings are required, that has been done in a relatively subtle and unobtrusive way. I do accept that there will be harm caused. I think that even with modern insulation, there will be some noise transfer. The place will simply get busier than it has been in the last, I don't know, however many years. And if the hotel is successful, it will be very busy compared to what it was been before. So there will be an increase in the ambient level of noise. The final section is around amenity. And I think here we absolutely do have to acknowledge that there is real concern for me in this area, and I think there will be harm imposed on local residents. So I am less concerned by things like the vehicle movements and the traffic. I think the site can absorb those. I am less concerned by the concerns over overlooking and privacy, though I understand where those are coming from. I do have a concern about noise and noise spilling out into the open area. So I am minded, probably on an overall balance, to be supporting this proposal, but I would like to press to get a proposal for words to strengthen the additional words that were put onto the SMAT to give that the strongest possible weight, so that there is no, so there is a little noise pollution caused by this site, caused by the operation of the hotel, through holding events on that open space. I think the day-to-day operations are acceptable, but the additional events and noise-generating events would not be. What can be done to help me on that?
Are you stopping short of seconding?
I've stopped short because I asked a question earlier whether there was a way of legally strengthening it. Were it to be strengthened in that measure, I might well consider that, but I have not yet.
Which feels like a question, but it's okay. Let's try and get an answer from that, because that might help.
Chair, happy to help on this. So yes, we discussed some options for that. So looking at the updated version of Condition 26 and taking into account your concerns, we could amend that to refer to no amplified or other music to be played on the green area at the front of the building after a particular time, and we would normally pick 2300 hours. And we understand that that's the limit licensing is already suggested as appropriate. And again, we've already got a requirement for amplified music not to be played outside any part of the hotel. So does that give you an additional strength that you are needed in the condition?
It does strengthen it. I would always be looking for more.
Can we give Councillor Candy more?
Chairman, if I can assist, so I think the wording as recommended there is as you see in the SMATs, but in the final sentence of the amended Condition 26, it would now read, in addition, no amplified entertainment or amplified or other music shall take place outside of the hotel buildings. Consequently, there's no music being played outside of the building envelope, and you can't put on something that says no no entertainment, because someone tells a joke in the car park. We can't enforce that. But there would be no amplified entertainment. They couldn't wear a mic while telling said joke. That's about as far as you can go in trying to control how a hotel operates. Beyond that, you're into a technical realm which, I'll be blunt, is where licensing can come in, and indeed noise nuisance complaints can come in. People, and the example so I'll just go over, so, eating canapes on the lawn or strolling around that lawn and talking isn't an entertainment, isn't maybe entertaining someone to play croquet there, for example. That's an entertainment. None of these things would be reasonable to restrict from the use, for that use of that lawn by any future realistic user. So it's the amplification which I think is a reasonable thing to control from a planning perspective, because then you're down simply to the human voice. The exception, as you highlighted earlier, being music, because obviously if you have a 10-piece drum band, that doesn't require amplification. So amplified entertainment or amplified or other music being prohibited outside of the building is probably as far as reasonably a planning authority can take a hotel planning permission.
I've got somebody else waiting if you want to.
Oh, I've got one more thing to express about this particular point, so I'd rather go now. So I'm also, you just used the word prohibited, and I'm now conscious of the fact that services are held in the gardens there that includes music, and I don't want to prohibit those. I presume that I'm sure the residents would have no problem with services providing music, but I wouldn't want to be the person who banned services in the garden.
And you would be. You can't have it both ways. Either music playing in the garden is acceptable or not. Ms Hodges put the suggestion of a time limit. We could say no implied entertainment or other or music or otherwise after a set time, 11 o'clock, which is, we understand, licensing have already looked at this site, and that was the time they imposed. So there could be amplified music. They could, including in the for services in the gardens, between. We have to set some times, obviously, but so up to 11 o'clock at night, and that would be a way to allow some music in a time which you don't feel is antisocial. I think this is the danger of trying to use the crude tools of planning conditions here. I like to have a sleep in on a Sunday morning. If someone was doing a service outside my door, I would find that music intrusive. Everyone is different. So whereas I don't sleep at night, so I would be fine with 3 o'clock in the morning. Most people wouldn't. There is the risk. That's why licensing is a much more nuanced and better way of controlling noise disturbance, because it requires refresh. It's something you can go back, change and revisit. Planning is a speak now or whatever hold your peace argument. So either you do ban all music, and then obviously should the owner of the site wish to undertake some limited music playing in that garden, they could apply on a bespoke and individual basis in the future to allow for it, rather than us trying to predict it in this council chamber, or you allow music up to a certain time in the day, which would be a reasonable time, which 2300 is what we've suggested.
The restriction that's on the table at the moment applies to the hotel. Am I correct in that?
It relates to the red line, so that's everything within the red line of the hotel, because it's a single planning unit. So they're taking everything that's there now within their demise and changing it from an empty museum and a memorial garden and a car park, and turning it into a hotel. So it applies to everything that's in that red line.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, my comments is whether we can impose a restriction on delivery time limits, as was suggested by the objectors.
Legally, yes. Reasonably, no. As highlighted, the deliveries are the rear of the building. You are where the doors to listed buildings, and no new doors are being created, where the doors are a good 20 yards away from the nearest flank of a residential property. There is no sound reason to limit deliveries. I mean, realistically, there's very few deliveries occur right in the middle of the night, but yes, the hotels and all catering establishments will often do pickups and drop-offs relatively late, so we don't have any specific details on how they wish to operate on that. So I would struggle to see that there would be a reasonable control. If there was, the service yard was right next to someone's back garden, I think that would be something that we certainly would have questioned them before we bring it to today. But the service access is limited to that southern part of the building. With the amenity buildings put in place, you can't actually get round to the northern part of the building, so you are half a building away at least from the nearest residential neighbour.
Councillor, I know you're here as a standing deputy. Questions were some time ago, but it's okay. We'll take that one. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I don't want to die in the ditch over music, singing, dancing, whatever you want to call it. I mean, hotels do weddings as well. You can bet your bottom dollar that there's a whole bunch of Royal Naval personnel, Royal Marines, all sorts of people connected with the armed forces who are going to want to come there and probably, if it becomes a wedding venue, and have their celebration there. So you think things like string quartet, we're really going to want to stop things like string quartets or the band of the Royal Marines coming there and playing like they used to? They used to do it there, all around here. So I don't think we should get too hung up on this, too prescriptive, because there are other regulatory authorities that control noise by way of licensing or by way of enforcement. So trying to control it in the planning system is quite difficult. But of course, if there's an adverse impact, demonstrated adverse impact on residential amenity, and we're only speculating here, it hasn't arisen, so far as I can see, in today's discussion. Not really.
Indeed. What we don't have is a seconder for your proposal. Do I see anybody? Councillor Mason?
Seconded.
And Councillor Candlish, just to make sure that you're content, or as content as you're going to be.
I think I'm as content as I'm going to be.
Okay, members.
Chairman, before we take the vote, just two things. Can I just check whether any amendment to the amended wording in the SMAT is suggested? Obviously, Councillor Candlish has had 3 or 4 different versions floated in the chamber if there is any limitation. And hearing Councillor Hunt, obviously, with a different approach, whether we do want to just bottom that out and understand from Councillors Hunt and Mason whether any amendments is included within that. And finally, just to flag, of course, we do have 2 votes to take, the listed building and the full planning application today, just to be clear for members that we have focused our debates on the full planning application so far.
Thank you, Ian. Councillors Hunt, Mason, are you happy about wording? And
Check with the wording. If we want to cut the music or whatever, the noise off at 10 o'clock, I'm not going to die in ditching about that, or whatever is agreed.
It strikes me that noise from a commercial building such as this is really a matter for licensing rather than for the planning function.
okay, all right. Members, is there anything else? Okay, so we have 2 votes. The first one is which one are we taking first, Ian? Listed? The full plan. So the full planning application. Members, those in favour, please indicate. Against? Abstaining? People abstaining, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. How did that one go? Okay, so that was granted. You have to use your microphone, Ian. I know you're new at this.
Well, yes, plan permission is thereby approved, and the listed building consent 01580/LBC requires a vote.
Thank you, Ian. Listed building consent. Members, those in favour, please indicate. Against? Abstentions?
listed building consent is thereby approved.
Thank you. Members, are people okay to carry on? Yeah, okay. Oh, you want, yeah. 5 minutes, okay. Well, I think we've got a couple of people who were sort of looking for a break. We'll have a 5-minute break. Okay, back at past, according to that clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, we move on with Sussex Road.
Thank you, Chair. And this is an application at 24 Sussex Road for the part retention and part rebuild, including a new roof, alteration and extension, including a side dormer window, of the garage at 22 to 22A Sussex Road to remain as a workshop incidental in use to 24 Sussex Road. About half of the members here today may remember the application previously here last October. We'll come back to that in due course. The application has come to committee because of significant number of local objections. With respect to the addresses, the garages have two addresses, as you can see, 22 to 22A, but for ease of reference, I shall refer to 24 Sussex Road probably throughout, just to refer to the wider site. And then in terms of the part retention, part rebuild, new roof, alterations and extension, again, I may refer to alterations in general to encompass all of those to make it a little bit easier. I shall try and use this. It's looked a little bit difficult, Ian, so if I have any trouble, I will ask you. What do I point at the screen? Or, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. So Sussex Road is in central Southsea, just west of Southsea Town Centre. You can see St Jude's there in the bottom corner. It's in the Owens Conservation Area. It's a very pleasant and quiet road. The application building, again, I shall call that an outbuilding. It's been called variously workshop, garage, etc., etc. Again, I think it's helpful to simply refer to it as the outbuilding. The outbuilding is edged in blue there on the site plan, fronting onto the Sussex Road pavement. On its right-hand side, the east side, you can see a driveway, vehicular access that allows off-street parking. Then to the rear of the building is a courtyard. And then in the rear south is the host dwelling number 24. To the left west we have number 20, which abuts onto the western edge of the outbuilding. The host building is locally listed, as are the other 5 properties to the immediate east. There is the subject building in front of you, onto the back of footpath. To its left-hand side, you can see the vehicular access gate, which is not proposed for alteration, unlike the previous application. To the rear south is the host property number 24 there with the tile hanging. And then the nearest neighbour to the east, number 26, on the left-hand side there. This is the view from the west. Number 20 to the immediate west, as I said earlier, abuts the application site. The rear of the property, this is south facing, so that's the courtyard in front of you. You can see the vehicle parked there, that's in the driveway, and that's the rear of the site. Number 20 on the left-hand side west. Now, taking you first, we have the current application for alterations as described. The previous application is the top left and bottom left, which was for entire replacement of the building, so demolition of the building and replacement on the same footprint of the same position on the back of pavement, but an entirely new building in traditional red brick and tiles, but clearly of a modern appearance. This application was considered at the Planning Committee last October. Planning officers don't readily recommend approval of an application that proposes the removal of a historic building in the conservation area. It's a very balanced decision, but officers felt on balance that they were able to recommend its removal because it was not considered of such value existing, to insist upon its retention, and officers felt that the appearance of the new build materials and overall character was acceptable. The Planning Committee had a good debate on that. The votes were 4 for, 4 against. the casting vote refused the application on the grounds of A, demolition of a historic building, and B, the quality and character and appearance of the replacement building proposed. The application was appealed to the Planning Inspectorate, and the inspector agreed with the council's decision and dismissed the appeal. So planning permission was refused. The inspector didn't entirely rule out demolition, but clearly stated that the replacement building, had to be of comparable or better benchmark in character and appearance terms. But what the inspector did have concerns about was not, in principle, the concept of a modern building in a conservation area, but the details of this proposal the inspector was not happy with. The change in roof form to the western side with this recessed square element, the angularity of the windows and other apertures, including the one on the eastern elevation, the fixtures and fittings. This was an external framework with large timber sliding doors. So the inspector did not consider this particular application to be acceptable. So the applicants have gone away and considered how to try and move something else forward, and they have made a proposal as described for alterations, part rebuild, part retention, and alterations and dormer extension. So just to assist you, the bottom left, excuse me. The bottom left image is the existing property. Placed above that is the new proposed front elevation. So the proposal is to retain the 3 public faces of the existing building. Actually, I will go back a couple so to show you them. You have the north elevation, the east elevation, and the smaller part of the west elevation that are proposed for retention. So the front elevation you can see there would be retained. The apertures would be retained. Clearly the older timber doors would be replaced in the same apertures with new painted timber doors with some small window lights in them. The hayloft door with a small window light at first floor would be replaced in the same aperture with a metal aluminium window. The principal, apart from those alterations, the principal change is an insertion, a proposed dormer window, which is it's slightly faded in intensity to indicate it is recessed. It is 3 meters behind the front elevation. That is a dormer or roof extension, described interchangeably, to be metal framed. We should come back to that in due course. You would see it sitting here, of course. To the rear elevation and the rear of the western elevation would be taken down and replaced and clad in the charred timber that you saw with the previous application, with a small balcony at height to alter the existing building in that sense. Cutting to the chase, the conservation officer and the planning officers were satisfied that, well, first of all, welcomed the retention of the public-facing elements of the building and its principal roof form. Come back to the dormer in a moment. The smart new materials for the retained apertures. We're not overly concerned with a metal window on the front elevation in what is a utilitarian building. So, in short, the officers were happy with the appearance of the proposals on the front, and to the rear, less concerned about the more novel or modern approach of the charred timber. On the eastern elevation, again, you can see the entirety of that at the moment. Limited change, the insertion of one new window at the ground floor, otherwise new metal windows in the same 2 apertures either side. Retained brickwork. The external stair is to the rear and recessed away from the east elevation, so you wouldn't read it like this. It's set at the back. And some conservation roof lights inserted into that roof. The west elevation that you can see, that's the elements projecting forward at number 20, retained as per that image with an insertion of one conservation roof light there. There's the street scene. So the overall form of the building retained, the insertion of a dormer window recessed by 3 meters and alterations and modernisation of the doors and windows. just some existing elevations. You've seen the drawings and the photos, I should say. Just taking you inside the building, the darker shading, there we are, on the east elevation and the front north, and the first element of the west is retained structure to be insulated on the inside. The applicants would like that it's a dirt floor presently, it's just ground with paving bricks on them, being a utilitarian building of some sort from the late 1800s. The proposal is, if possible, is structurally possible, to dig out the floor and insert an insulated floor there. And then to the rear, new build elements clad in the charred timber I mentioned, a separate stair taking you up into the first floor. There's the stair taking you up into the first floor. That is the space created by the dormer window. If approved, it's set back 3 metres from the front elevation and about 20 centimetres behind the front corner of number 20. There is the roof plan. So a lot of glazing from above and some solar panels indicated, and then the 4 roof lights. The roof, the applicants would like to retain, if they could, albeit apart from the cutout, significant cutout for the dormer window. If that doesn't prove possible, as you've seen, they have actually applied for the replacement roof as well. In any event, the new roof will be clad in slate tiles, natural slate, to replace the existing, which we believe are asbestos. Just a section. Excuse me, this is just playing up a little bit. Next slide, please, Ian. Could you? Thank you. Moving to the dormer window. As mentioned previously, it's set back 3 metres from the front elevation, marginally behind number 20. This is looking east along Sussex Road at a distance of about 60 metres, I think. I don't think you'll be able to see it at all at that distance. This is just to give you an impression as you move along the street of how much you'll be able to see it. This is more like about 30 metres away on the northern footpath heading east. You'd start to see it popping out from beside number 20. Just remind you, it would be clad in metal framework, so a grey appearance against a grey roof and a grey mansard further to the rear, amongst an awful lot of architecture and cars and so on, so not a prominent view of it. Walking east along the southern elevation at this point, getting quite close, you wouldn't be able to see it because of its recessed position. Apologies. Recessed position. Only once you've got much closer, around about here, would you have to then look up in an unnatural view to see it up to your right. This is closer from the northern footway heading east. So as, of course, you get closer, more of it will be revealed as it emerges from beside number 20. Again, you would see the dormer with roof materials against an existing roof, not considered to be unduly obtrusive or incongruous, although a modern addition to the historic building. Approaching from the east, heading west, you would not be able to see it because it's on the back of the building behind here until you draw actually bang opposite it. So the planning officers and conservation officer were satisfied that that dormer was sufficiently recessed, not for it not to be incongruous or harmful to the host building or to the conservation area. There was some privacy concerns from the number 23 opposite, which is the property on the left-hand side there to the north. It has some facing windows at the first and ground floor that face the street. The dormer window would be inserted here, and the new window. Those windows more or less face across to number 20 and slightly diagonally across to the application site. Given there is already public views of those windows from the street and from the windows of number 20, there's not considered to be any material change to the privacy afforded in that dwelling. That's looking the other way, so there's the application building, and that's the property in question. There was also concern about overlooking into their garden, We note the open gate, which allows full view into that garden, and next door a balcony and door serving that balcony, I think, which also allows vegetation permitting a view into that garden. There are some shots here of the interior of the building, the two outbuildings, and there's a series of other shots should members wish to see any further information. We've got deputations to come in a few moments, and so if I may just take you through the supplementary matters report. With apology, there was a typo in the committee report which referred to 28 objections in paragraph 1.1. In fact, at the time of publication, there were 32 objections, as was correctly reported in para 6.2. Since publication, the applicant's planning consultant has submitted a letter setting out the following in response to neighbour objections. The agent states there's no change of uses proposed. The proposals are for alterations and additions only to an existing curtilage building, which is incidental in use to the dwelling house. Incidental uses are common in outbuildings serving dwellings. If any noise nuisance were to occur from a hobby, that would be a matter for environmental health, not planning. Previous proposals were for a replacement building. The new proposals are refurbishment with alterations to facilitate meaningful use that will safeguard the building. Since publication, we've had objections from 5 parties, these from parties who have already objected and predominantly do not raise any issues material to the decision that have not already been addressed in the officer report. Materially new points are set out below. Lastly, one household is understood to have sent a letter of objection direct to members of the committee. This household had also objected previously, and they also do not raise any issues material to the decision not already addressed in the officer report. From the extra 5 letters, the new comments that we don't think we've seen before, there are objection references that granting planning consent would set a precedent with respect to commercial use and or the effect of the physical proposals on the conservation area. The officer response is that no change of use is proposed. With respect to the physical proposals, each case is assessed and determined on its own merits, and you have the assessment from the case officers and the conservation officer in front of you. New objection points refer to policies PCS 16, 19, 28. Not sure about this. PCS 28 does not exist. 16 and 19 are not relevant to the application. If the objections are referring to PLP policies from the emerging local plan, the references also appear erroneous. A new letter references the objection point about a lack of need for a toilet. I don't think I pointed it out, but a toilet in the plans being included in the committee report and it being an indication of a commercial use, but the objection point is that the officers did not respond to that. It would be reasonable to provide, in the officer's opinion, a toilet in an incidental building, and this is entirely the applicant's private choice. Lastly, objection is raised to the redaction of an email address and website address from objection letters, I think 2 letters that I've seen. We've had a response from the Council's Data Protection Officer who confirmed the redaction was necessary. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Simon. So we have some deputies. Mr. Pink, Fitzpatrick, Mr. Lacey. 12 minutes. I'm sure you've worked out how you're going to split that up. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding planning reapplication at 22 Sussex Road. I'm a resident of Sussex Road and I present this objection on behalf of residents concerned with the heritage and conservation impact of the proposal. The planning inspector previously dismissed an appeal on this property, noting how the existing building fit modestly within the Owens Southsea Conservation Area. This reapplication, however, proposes a large dormer and second floor extension, which disrupts the roofline and harms the visual integrity of this protected area. This is not a minor change. As with the previously rejected proposal, the planned works are at odds with Portsmouth City Council's own guidelines for conservation, which are there to support the preservation of Thomas Ellis Owens Southsea. The proposed works have no place in a conservation area, the essence of which is to maintain or restore the area's original character. Furthermore, if permitted, this development risks setting a damaging precedent, eroding the unique character of Owens Southsea and encouraging further inappropriate changes. The reapplication also lacks clarity. It describes the intended use of the building as a workshop, but this term is left deliberately vague. There is no information provided on what activities are planned. It is abundantly clear that the owners intend to use this space for commercial purposes. The owners of the property trade at least 2 websites selling goods for profit through multiple channels. Both the owner and her daughter had a stall selling ceramics and beaded items at a recent craft fair at Hot Walls on the 12th and 13th of April. This is evident on the daughter's Instagram page and can be supported by photographic evidence. A workshop has already been held at the garage and customers attended the building on the 29th of March 2025. It is clear as day that the products required to support these businesses will be manufactured out of these garages and therefore is not a hobby. The inclusion of a toilet and fire escape from the upper floor strongly points to public access being planned. If this were purely for private use, these additions would be unnecessary. The lack of communication from the applicants about their intentions has only increased concerns. The potential for group events or commercial gatherings would inevitably bring noise, traffic and additional strain on parking, a problem that already affects many residents daily. Sussex Road is a lovely place to live. It has real character and is very much a residential community. None of the residents want to see that eroded by inappropriate development, as demonstrated by the substantial number of objections over 30 residents. Furthermore, the Council does an incredible job of providing an abundance of support and space for independent local businesses. Therefore, why is there a need to use a residential and conservation area for commercial purposes? Councillors, I urge you to consider the long-term harm to our heritage and conservation objectives and to refuse this application. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Councillors. 22 Sussex Road is before you again. I'm the immediate neighbour at number 20, but I also speak on behalf of 32 objectors. Firstly, thank you for rejecting the original scheme. Your decision was vindicated by the planning inspector, who dismissed the appeal and praised this old coach house for making a marked contribution to the conservation area. Sussex Road, as he noted, is amongst the best conserved streets in Southsea. Although scaled back, I have objections to elements of this reapplication. The inspector's concerns have largely been ignored, and I urge councillors not to allow a precedent that further erodes historic Portsmouth. The inspector specifically noted how the asymmetrical roof of number 22 blends harmoniously with the neighbouring properties. PCC's own guidance discourages building above roof lines in conservation areas. Yet this proposal introduces a full first floor extension, euphemistically called a dormer. While planning officers claim it will be barely visible, it will in fact be obvious to every single pedestrian walking down the street and is not aesthetically pleasing. This is an out-of-scale development. This structure sits just 200 millimetres from my eastern wall at the north end, narrowing down to 50 millimetres at the southern end. This is not just visually intrusive, it creates a sense of claustrophobia and scale completely out of keeping within this area. The effect will be overwhelming. The proposed dormer comes within millimetres of my eaves gutters, preventing any future building maintenance to my home. There is also very little assessment of transport or parking impact, with the intention that the building becomes a commercial venture. Sussex Road is very constrained as far as parking goes, with double yellow lines along one entire side. Elderly residents and women in particular often have to park streets away. The addition of a toilet and external fire escape in this project indicates group use, not private hobby use, suggesting that classes and visitors will be drawn in, increasing traffic and pressure on local parking. This is a serious amenity concern. The proposal includes a significant height increase to convert the hayloft into a working space for a supposed hobby studio for 2 people. The scale is excessive, larger than any studio in Old Portsmouth Arts Quarter. This again hints at potential commercial use, which does not belong in this residential setting. There's much confusion how the planning department have used the word workshop in their report when this has always, from living memory, been a garage and storage area, never a place of business. We all know the applicants are commercial artists, and the sculpture class has already taken place, as alluded to by Mr. Pink. Whilst they are entitled to pursue private hobbies, that does not extend to inviting members of the public or running what amounts to a business from a residential outbuilding. Finally, the proposed use of white aluminium windows is out of keeping with the historic character of that side of the road. Surely white painted timber would be more appropriate. I've uploaded a photo to the planning portal in the documents section entitled P. Fitzpatrick Supplemental. It contains a photo to demonstrate the impact of the first floor extension. The image speaks for itself. I encourage you to view it. Thank you very much all for your time.
Good afternoon. Councillors, you have just heard from residents offering lived experience, supported by evidence and grounded in planning policy. I stand with them. This is not speculation. There are 33 good faith objections rooted in the planning framework that you are bound to uphold. This is not a new application. It follows a refusal and a dismissed appeal. The planning inspector's findings were clear and decisive. Have they been properly absorbed or quietly set aside? Let's look at the building. It's a long-standing ancillary building, a coach house and a garage, serving a residential property in a wholly residential conservation area, never a workshop. It's now intended for use as a commercial workshop. This amounts to a material change of use. PCS 19 exists to prevent exactly this kind of backdoor intensification. Are you confident this brings no harm to neighbours or won't open the door to further inappropriate conversions? You have a legal duty. Under the 1990 Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act, you must pay special attention to preserving the character and appearance of the area. This is not optional, it's statutory. 3 core Portsmouth local planning policies apply. Protect conservation areas, respect local scale and massing, safeguard residential amenity. Has this reapplication been tested against all 3? And does it pass? National policy sets another test. The NPPF requires that any harm to heritage assets must be clearly outweighed by demonstrated public benefit. So what public benefit have you identified? And does it outweigh the harm? At the last meeting, the discussion drifted to swift boxes, retiree hobbies, colour of gates. Charming, but not material planning considerations. Are you focused solely on what is lawful, relevant and evidence-based? 2 internal consultees, Traffic and Regulatory Services, have submitted formal responses. Have you read them fully? Did they provide meaningful answers or just brief, superficial ones? And one issue remains, transparency. Some objections were redacted regarding business URLs linked to this reapplication. These redactions obscure the applicant's apparent commercial intentions. Are you comfortable making a decision without the full picture? Every application reaches a moment like this. You must ask, does this reapplication respect the law, the plan, the character of the area? So plainly, have you applied every policy with the rigour the law demands? Is there clear, measurable public benefit? If not, why approve this application? If the answer is anything less than a competent reason yes, then the only lawful and responsible concern and outcome is to defer or refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. Schaefer, 12 minutes between you. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving us the chance to speak today and put forward our point of view and the story of how we ended up buying 24 Sussex Road, the garage, coach house and hayloft, which we are here today to discuss. Before we moved, we lived in the retreat just around the corner, but we decided we needed different spaces for our changing lives. We spent a long time looking for a property that would fulfill our needs. The main priority was somewhere to set up a private pottery studio, somewhere separate to the main house. I'm sure you will all appreciate that properties of that kind and facility are few and far between in this city. We never intended to look for a studio space of that size, but with the house and space fulfilling other criteria on our list, it made perfect sense to buy it and make the best of it. Much of the criticism levelled against us is that we intend to use the workshop, because of its size, to set up a commercial operation. Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm 65, I have a 92-year-old mother and 3 grandchildren under 3 who demand a lot of attention, so I have no intention of setting up a pottery manufacturing business or teaching workshops. My plan is to enjoy my hobby and my retirement where I can. Many of the objections are unreasonable, unjust, and pure speculation. Much hearsay and gossip has been used to influence others to object to plans. One resident had 3 people knock on her door in one day to ask her to object to the plans, but she remained neutral. On the previous plan, skylights were misread as wheels in the studio. Misrepresentation of the plans and the facts have been used to create a biased atmosphere, which unfortunately has swayed others to object. The garage is currently in a considerable state of disrepair. It's becoming more and more dangerous, and with climate change, frequent high winds and storms occurring more regularly, this must surely add to the pressure to a building that is already vulnerable. The prospect for the garages is grim if something isn't done very soon. No money has been spent on repairing these garages in decades. They are not listed, and up until recently, it seems nobody cared about them at all, certainly not enough to spend any money maintaining them. Balancing preservation with adaptation is one of the key focuses of Historic England's policy on converting old buildings. These are new uses should complement the building's original form, improve energy efficiency, whilst preserving the building's character. Resilience to climate change, finding appropriate new uses when the original purpose is no longer viable, all whilst respecting the history. We know that parking on the street's a headache. It's a constant refrain over the whole island. We rarely park on the street ourselves, as we are lucky enough to have 2 off-street parking spaces. If people visit, we ask them to walk if possible, cycle or come on the bus. We definitely prefer the light touch when it comes to parking ourselves. One incident that was cited in the objections was about a film crew. Yes, we have been involved in helping to run Number 6 for many years, and one of our aims at Number 6 was to help to encourage young filmmakers to make and exhibit their films. When we were approached by a young local filmmaker who's sponsored by the BFI, who was making a film with a deaf cast, majority deaf crew about deaf youngsters, we felt happy to offer them the use of our house as a location, free of charge, which we are well within our rights to do. When we opened the garage for them to bring in their equipment, we were immediately confronted by our neighbour for starting building work. This was completely untrue. The opposite neighbour kindly offered some temporary parking. There was minimal disruption on the road, and whatever there was, it felt like a worthwhile cause. Being part of Number 6 has been a big part of our lives. When we first came to Portsmouth in 2008, if you mentioned the word culture here, people sniggered and said, oh, it's football. Things have changed radically here in terms of culture in the city. There's been money from the Arts Council, the formation of Portsmouth Creates and an influx of artists and craftspeople making it an exciting place to live with lots of creative people around. Yes, I did take part in the Hot Walls Spring Fair. It's fun to be part of a cultural event. Hot Walls Studios and Castle Road have been mentioned. Yes, they're commercial outlets and need public-facing studios as their businesses. I do not want that, and I am not, and I will not be running a business. Another note on Hot Walls, it's an incubator scheme. Once occupants have been there 5 years, they have to move on, and it's a devil of a job to find studio space to move on to in the studio. With the closure and redevelopment of Amiga Street, there is even more pressure for space, with boxers, printers, Shakespeare players, literary pirates, etc., looking for space. We understand that a lot of the residents have lived on this street for a very long time, and we appreciate their emotional response to the plan. Everything's been considered and taken into account and amended in the light of planning advice. Fear of change is very real, and the rifts that have inevitably developed on the street need to be healed as soon as possible. Everybody wants harmony on the street where they live. We humbly suggest that the use of the garages and the new design fits well within the urban landscape, and that we have the right to pursue reasonable and just use of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
If I could just ask you to turn your microphone off, Mrs. Schaefer. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate a number of issues have arisen over our proposed alteration to number 22, the garage, which is under consideration here. As you've heard from Melissa, we just want to be able to have a pottery studio now we are reaching retirement years. And as the building is already on 2 floors, a home office as well, as I do work from home, which also could be another hobby room in the future. So let's look at the facts. As it stands, we could put a pottery studio in there now, and I could have an office upstairs now, all without planning permission. What we are asking to do is to make alterations to the building to make the building safe, as it clearly isn't now, and a nicer place to work. And this work clearly needs the planning permission we're seeking today. We intend to insulate the building, walls, floors and roof, which will bring the building into the 21st century. And as one committee member said last time, you don't want to preserve the town in aspic. Things move on and lifestyles change. We don't necessarily need the building as a garage, as we have our own 2 parking spaces on our drive. We've listened to the objections raised last time and the planning inspector's comments at appeal, so we've come up with a revised design that you see before you. This keeps the look of the building, the asymmetry of the front face, the roof line, and the prominent doors at the front. The minor alterations allow for better access from our own courtyard and to allow more light into the building. Another major issue appears to be planning creep, or the use of a building to become a business, and us potentially starting to employ staff with increased traffic for employees and deliveries day and night. We are not going to do that. We won't be employing any staff, so no increase in traffic. We're not seeking a change of use here, so these concerns can easily be dismissed. One other substantive issue raised is about the overlooking at the front and back windows. We live in a very congested area with buildings all around us, and other buildings already overlook the gardens concerned. The dormer in the new design is set back from the front of the building, and the other window does look north, and this has been addressed by the planning officer's report. But if requested, we could easily make that window opaque or frosted if required. We could then retain the light aspect of the window without the overlooking aspect. On the back of the building, we already have a window on the rear face, and this too has been addressed in the planning officer's report. With all this in mind and respect of the planning application we've actually put in, I urge the planning committee to agree with the planning officer's report and allow us to retire to our hobbies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, members, any questions on this application? Councillor Mason.
One matter about design. Why is aluminium window at the front of the building considered acceptable? Surely white, as one of the deputies suggested, white timber would be more appropriate in a building of this age and in a conservation area?
Thank you, Councillor. I think I referred to earlier on that the building is utilitarian in appearance, and the retention of the aperture, we think, is the most important thing. Whilst a timber framed window would be more historically correct, there's no in principle objection to a smart, more modern adaptation to that building in that one particular aperture. I forgot to say earlier on, you may have seen the gamut of conditions at the end of the report. So if this is approved, there's a lot of work to do still to make sure that all the details of the windows and doors and roof lights and so on, the brickwork, are properly considered by officers, including the depth of the window and the existing reveal and the exact appearance and colour and weathering of the materials.
My question is around Article 4. There's Owens Southsea has an Article 4 direction, I think. Not every conservation area has that. What difference does that make to how we think about Owens Southsea?
It doesn't make any difference to this application for two reasons. The outbuilding is not covered by the Article 4A, and B, in Article 4 requires planning permission for something that normally wouldn't need it. They have applied for planning permission, so they're not trying to argue anything about that. So the Article 4 is not relevant.
My other question is around, there are two different thoughts around whether it's been used as a workshop already, whether it's going to be a commercial. How can we tease that out in this place, if indeed we should?
Thank you. First of all, the use of the term workshop is the applicant's. It's just a name: workshop, outbuilding, garage. It doesn't confer a commercial use by calling it a workshop. My dad always had a workshop in our houses, different houses. It was the garage that was used as a workshop for him to make things, repair things, whatever he wanted to do. Didn't mean it was a commercial workshop. It is an outbuilding that is attached functionally to the host dwelling. So it is all in use class C3 dwelling houses. This is an application that does not seek to change the use of the building. It's not an application for change of use. It would say so in the development description if it were. It is a householder application. The suffix HOU at the end of the reference number indicates that you cannot achieve a change of use through a householder application.
Thank you. Members, Councillor Fielding.
You mentioned there about it being considered Class C3 use. Would that mean that the building could be occupied as a dwelling, additional dwelling, supplementary to number 24 without any further permission?
That would require a separate planning application to form a separate dwelling.
But what I was saying, not keeping it as a separate dwelling, but ancillary to 24. So, like I'm saying, not a separate dwelling, but additional, like an annex. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This application doesn't change, as I think the applicant pointed out a minute ago, it doesn't change the potential of this site. This building, this outbuilding, can be used now as a home office, a gym, a sauna, your hobby workshop, your home office, all these sorts of things. That could happen today or tomorrow with or without planning permission. So this application wouldn't change the ability of whoever owns that site to use it as an incidental building to the residential use.
Councillor Candlish first.
So my question is around this distinction of being a C3 dwelling and also potentially a site for a business. So I'm just trying to tease out a little bit about that. In today's world, probably as always, there have been businesses that have been run from home. There's clearly material difference between, operating from a computer and having a home office and doing business from that from actually doing something which is kind of making things, a mini factory as it were. Are there guidelines about or conditions and limits that we can set about what is done there? So, for example, there is concern by local residents about classes being run. So that's classes are different to you invite your friend round and do something together. There is concerns about stuff being made there for sale elsewhere. Now, loads of people make little things in their, you know, my mum used to do knitting and then sell them somewhere, but it wasn't in the same kind of class as this. Is there any guidance you can give about that?
Not as guidance. As I said earlier, the planning application, if approved, would not confer any change to the status of that building. It is today an incidental building in use to the host dwelling. That would not change because they're proposing alterations to the building, partial rebuild, retention, dormer, etc., etc. In terms of guidelines and limits about what or may not constitute a business, I think you referred to, this was rehearsed at the last application. I don't think it's sensible or helpful today to talk about how many classes, how many people, you know, in terms of postulating what may or may not constitute a change of use. The application doesn't confer any change of use. Working from a home office, painting a picture at the weekend and selling it 6 months later, very, very minor, small scale if that's what they are. If and when any other concerned use was perceived by residents and they thought that was a problem, just like any other building in the city or the country, they can contact the planning department and ask us to take a look.
Councillor Hunt, did you want to come on? Yeah, okay. All right. Yep. Derek.
Is it possible we can have a look at the original picture from the first plans and then the second one, please?
Thank you, Ian. Councillor, the top left, if my pointer will work, is the scheme refused at Planning Committee last year and dismissed at appeal, and that is the east elevation.
So just going back to the inspectors, what the inspector said, the inspector considered that the proposed replacement building, by reason of shape, roof form, including the geometric contrast, the only difference I can see apart from, obviously, they've gone back to the original, kept the original roof. What would your honest opinion would be that the inspector would come back and say if it got refused today with that, even though you still got that rear extension part that you can be seen?
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's quite significantly different. So if we just go back to the appeal scheme. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Oops. There's the appeal. Let's go. There were several elements the inspector had to concern about, Councillor, you just read out. The change in form of the roof, cutting into the roof of the western elevation, and then the addition of this angular modern approach with a vertical insertion window there. All the apertures are changed. The central one is changed, enlarged. The two existing doors are changed, and then you've got the heavy timber doors on the external framework, and the eastern window there. These are all the elements that the inspector dismissed the appeal for. These have all been altered, I think. So sticking on this image for the moment, the existing apertures are retained and replaced with new doors and windows. Insertion of one new window here, clearly following the existing instead of the angular one there. The whole ground floor element has changed and is following the form and character of the existing. Just trying to go one forward. There we are. So the dormer, as I said earlier, I think is the principal change. I'm not minimising the changes to the doors and windows, but in the same apertures of mostly traditional materials, a slight change with a metal window in a utilitarian building, as we said earlier, is deemed acceptable by officers, and on the east elevation. The rear elevation is much less important to the conservation areas. You generally can't see it from the public realm of the conservation office area. So we're dealing with the dormer window. It's acceptable. There are a range of views on that in terms of whether or not it's appropriate. But as I've said, it's set back 3 metres, so it's very recessive. And you would see it, for example, this is pretty much the best view you'd get, apart from bang opposite. But you can see it would sit in there relatively discreetly, giving it set back. It's glazed and metal, which would weather the metal. So in officer's opinion, including conservation officer, that is an acceptable addition to the conservation officer, to the conservation area and the building. I think a comment here from the conservation officer is pertinent. He said it's not the purpose of a conservation area status to preserve the character of an area entirely unchanged, rather to consider and manage change within the context of relevant legislation and policy. Implicit within the concept of conservation is an acceptance of a degree of change. In this instance, the proposal is considered to preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Councillor Hunt. Shall we go on? Any more questions? Councillor Mason.
Just for confirmation, this building does not have a listing, statutory listing, does it?
That's correct. The host dwelling, number 24, is locally listed, but the nearest listed statutory building is to the south on Kent Road.
Just thought of a question. The dormer is visible from the street.
Absolutely. Yeah. The view you have here is where it would be most visible, pretty much. If you move a little 2 or 3 metres further to the left, so you stand straight on looking at the property, you would see it, of course, from a relatively limited cone. The further away you go to the east, it would disappear out of view altogether. The further west you go, it would become a smaller feature, more recessive.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I had a question. So one of the things that the planning inspector said was that the building has historic value. So the planning inspector went against the, I guess, the advice from the conservation officer and the planning officers and backed, in effect, the planning committee. So is there any, so we can see that there would be changes to the doors, wooden doors at the front, a dormer, a fire extension, possibly roof rebuild and some extra windows on the side. At what point do we need to consider that loses the historical value of a building?
That's for each member's own judgment. So we've given you the assessment of the planning officers and the conservation officer. Again, the principal points are that the retention of the 3 public-facing elevations of that brickwork, the quality and character that goes with that brickwork is the most important thing. The retention of the apertures is, I would say, the next most important thing, albeit with modern replacement timber doors and, for example, the windows. So it's up to your judgment, Councillor, individually and collectively.
Okay. Comments?
Well, I wasn't at when this was considered last time, and I'm extremely surprised it was 4-4. I thought it'd be pretty much an open and shut case, in agreement with and that's what the planning inspector thought. Now, I've sat and listened and watched. I wasn't here last time, but I picked up the vibe from before, and for me, the conservation area is really important. The Thomas Ellis Owen conservation area is really important. And it's not for me to say to the applicant how they should approach this, but I entirely agree with the planning officer when he says the back element is something that's not necessarily needs to be looked at so closely because it can't be seen from the street scene. And it is the street scene that is really important if we are to preserve or enhance the character of Thomas Ellis Owen's Southsea. Now, I've come to understand that this is a old coach house with a hayloft it was described earlier on. And if our history and our heritage is to mean anything, then as buildings disappear, and Mr. Hitler didn't get his way with this one, that they need to be preserved. Maybe not in aspect. I'm not saying this one should be preserved in aspect, because you can change it at the back elements. But it's what goes on at the front and on the roof line that is so very important in the street scene in this particular case. So my view is that the proposal to put the dormer on is incongruous with the recipient building, the historic, and I hope you're making a note of this, officers, because I don't want to repeat myself again. It is incongruous with the materials and the recipient building. I consider that the loss of the doors will have an adverse impact on the Thomas Ellis Owen street scene. I think they're a very important element in the street scene here, and their loss and the putting in of the proposed doors on the pictures here would have an adverse impact on Thomas Ellis Owen's conservation area and the street scene and this historic little building. I think that I mentioned the glazing elements, the materials suggested, they are all out of character with this particular building. Focusing on this building, you know, the change, even if presumably that was a loft door where they used to haul the hay up into, there would have probably been a thing sticking out which they hauled it up for. And if I was I would want to put that back myself if I was the owners of that, because I think it would add to the building. I've written an awful lot of notes here, and I can't decipher them as I was going along. But overall, I'm not for it at all. I'm terribly sorry to the applicants. I think that they need a different approach from the back end. I think the shape of the roof is really important to preserve the history, the heritage, the character of this particular building. The front apertures, as they've been described, are really important. But what's in them is very important too, because if you were to remove them and put in some sort of, even if it's wood, they look like concertina doors, they're going to pull all the way back. That's completely out of keeping and ruins the symmetry of that particular building and its situation in this street scene, in this particular part. I know there are newer buildings up the far end of the road, but in this particular stretch of the road, it is charming, actually. So I've mentioned the recipient building. The use of the aluminium is alien to is incongruous with the recipient building. They've tried hard, I know they have, to maintain some of the character of the building, but I don't doubt, excuse the pun, that if this were to go ahead, it would drive a coach and horses through this little part of Thomas Ellis Owen's South Sea. Wouldn't that be an irony? But as I say, you know, there's loads of scope to do what they want to do, but from the back end and without this dormer, I just don't, personally, I don't see the need for it, but that's just my personal view. I have to focus on how it would improve the conservation area, and it patently does not. It harms the conservation area, it harms this building, I'm not being unkind here, and the materials proposed are harmful to this historic little old coach house and hayloft. All right?
Councillor Hunt, were you moving a motion?
Yes, to not support, to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons that I have described. I have no idea whether it would be supported, but I do think there's a way forward as well, but this isn't it.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah, Councillor Hunt actually eloquently said some of the things that I was going to say, but I would second that.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other comments? Councillor Mason.
I'm of a converse view. It's an interesting little road. Walked down it many times. There is no consistency in the buildings, so we're not trying to preserve symmetry. Given that I see no reason why buildings should not be slightly altered, so long as they're not too incongruous, in order to reuse them. And I think this is an interesting reuse. The only thing which I would urge, and I would put this as a condition, is that timber rather than aluminium should be used in the front of the building and the sides of the building, which are visible for windows, rather than the change which has been proposed. So I would propose with that minor amendation, the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Hugh. Further comments? Here's one about in respect to the dormer. It is visible from the road. In conservation areas, dormers should not be visible from the street. I think I've read that in the PCC guidance. I think that was a question. Was that sort of a question? Was it?
I was going to say you are chair, so it's a question or not according to your judgment.
Momentarily forgot. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
To assist, Chair, so our guidance obviously raises concerns about going above the ridge height. That's sort of a universal issue, and obviously the alterations for dormers in front roof slopes would generally be resisted. I mean, say that not be visible from the street, without pulling out the Owen South Sea Conservation Guidance, we're not going to be in a position to say categorically, no, you're always going to get obscured. This is a side dormer window. Whether its visible presence in the street is respect for the conservation area is the judgment. There is certainly no moratorium to say dormers cannot be visible in the street in Owen's Conservation Area.
I would be really grateful for the wording from the Owens South Sea Guidance, because I'm sure I read it.
Thank you, Chairman. There are two sections. There's dormers and roof lights and roof extensions. Is this a dormer or roof extension or a bit of both? Under dormers, the guidelines here for the conservation area, dormer windows will generally be discouraged on front, side or other elevations, which currently do not have them, where these are visible from the public highway. On those properties which already have dormer windows, the use of historically appropriate or other agreed pattern will be encouraged. This is a general policy. What you have to do is go and look at the merits of the particular site and application. Although it says you should generally discourage dormers on front or side elevations which are publicly visible. This dormer would be publicly visible. It would be on a side elevation. Members would then need to decide is its size and recessive position and its materials, and slightly behind number 20 as well. Does that mean it would be acceptable with respect to this building and the street scene or not? That's the judgment for members.
So we should not
Thank you,
approve
Chair.
dormers.
Yes, I think that I would like to add into my proposition the fact that this dormer window in its recessive position is contrary to those guidelines.
Thank you. Okay, my other comment is that there is a general presumption in favour of retaining these buildings. For me, this feels like a part demolition. I think it's sort of been rebadged from the previous application. Okay, members, any other comments? Councillor Mason's motion has yet to be seconded. No? Okay. Okay, anything else, members?
I just think in terms of the character of the building, so we're going back about, the planning inspector said that the building was of historic value, and Councillor Hunt mentioned about the doors on the front, wooden doors on the front, and I think that's the key character of the building. And although I just sort of said brushly that I agreed with what you're saying, which I did, I think that's a key issue, as well as the dormer.
Well, and the planning inspector agreed. Okay. Councillor Candlish, just in time.
A final comment, which was, having listened to the discussion here, I would agree with one of the sentences actually that Councillor Hunt put out, which is that there probably is a way forward for this property, but I think I have heard enough things here to make me wonder whether this is the correct way forward at this moment. So I don't know what proposals are on the table, I've lost track, but
Councillor Hunt and Jeffrey's proposal to refuse, and we've got some wording, I think you're happy?
I've just written down something that if I can take members through, so if I have it correctly, more or less the interruption to the existing roof line, the addition of a side dormer, the replacement doors and windows to the north and east elevations in their design and materials would cause harm to the conservation area and would therefore conflict with policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Local Plan, the Owen Southsea Conservation Area Guidelines and the National Planning Policy Framework.
Councillor Hunt?
Yeah. Is it possible to mention, or is it, wise to mention the fact that this, the recipient building, because the planning inspector has talked about the building specifically as historic, and I think it's like, I won't say it's not a carbuncle, as Prince Charles, the King would have said once, but it sits on a recipient building. I think that's an important thing to understand as well.
Weave that in.
All right, members, let's make some progress. Anybody going to second Councillor Mason's? Let's give him another shot at it. You're seconding Councillor Mason's motion to approve, okay. Well, we have to take the motions in the order in which they came to us. So Councillor Hunt and Jeffrey's motion to refuse, and you've just heard the wording. Those in favour, please indicate. Those against? And no abstentions. Okay.
Planning permission is refused for the reasons as described.
Thank you, members. We move on to Sheffield Road.
Thank you, Chair. I think, yes, so cleared the people for the previous item. And so this is, I think the first thing I can stress, this is the site of this proposal is at 1 Sheffield Road, but this is not a planning application. So this is, as we say on the screen, it's an application for a certificate of lawful development for an existing use to demonstrate that the property is lawfully used as a HMO in Class C4. As a result of that, it's going to be a fairly brief presentation while I just take you through the sort of technical aspects of what the scheme is for. But just for your benefit, 1 Sheffield Road is an end of terrace property that you can see there. And just, I'm doing it the wrong way, that's my fault. The Zap is actually working. And you can see the property there. So as we've set out in the report, in particular, this is not your typical application where we're considering the merits of whether the property should be used as a HMO. So what the certificate of lawfulness is intending to convey is whether its use is lawful. So in this particular instance, we're not considering the number of HMOs in a 50-metre radius. We're not considering sandwiching or whether there's 3 in a row. It's simply about whether its use is lawful because, as set up on the screen, the use has continued for more than 10 years without interruption, and there's reasonable evidence or grounds to demonstrate that. So, where an applicant has made an application for an LDC for an existing use, then using the definitions in the Act, if the use is lawful, if we can't take enforcement action against it. If we can't take enforcement action against it because it's continually been used as a HMO for more than 10 years from the date of the application, then it's lawful. And it will remain lawful until such time that a planning permission is granted for an alternative use. When considering an application such as this, let's say, just to emphasise the point, but it's not a planning application, we're not looking at the merits of whether it should be used as a HMO, simply whether there's enough evidence to demonstrate that it has been used during this period. When dealing with an LDC, the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate to us on the balance of probabilities that the use has subsisted for that length of time. You'll see in the report the data that's been submitted to us in terms of the licensing of the property as a HMO and the tenancy agreements. So they've provided their own evidence in terms of their tenancy agreements, which show for a period of more than 10 years that it's been rented by a variety of unrelated third parties. We've looked at the information that we have, so in terms of the property's been licensed, as you see from the report, since 2014, and also council tax record as well support that. And so we don't have any contrary evidence to the case being put by the applicant. So the test in this case is whether on the balance of probabilities they have demonstrated a continuous use of the property as a HMO for the 10-year period necessary. So they've submitted their evidence in support. We've looked at that. We haven't found any contrary evidence which suggests an intervening use at any point, and therefore on the grounds of on the balance of probability, which is the test, the evidence all points to it having been continually used as a HMO during that period. Just to confirm, this only confirms the position now that the property can carry on being used as a HMO in the future because that's its lawful use, and if the property is sold on or another landlord takes it on, they will be able to benefit from that lawful use because planning permission runs with the land. As I say, it's a slightly unusual scenario for the members before you today in that it's not your typical HMO planning application, but on the basis of the information in the report, we're satisfied that the tests have been met. There's sufficient evidence to show it's been used as HMO and therefore the use is lawful and we should grant the certificate, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, a couple of deputations. Jacob Short.
Thank you. Chair, members of the Planning Committee. For those who don't know me, I'm Jacob Short. I've been an independent Fratton campaigner for the last 3 years. I am speaking today to object to the application for a certificate of lawful development in an existing C4 HMO at 1 Sheffield Road, Fratton. Firstly, we the residents and I would like to thank Councillor Russell Simpson of the Portsmouth Independents for calling this application to committee. The reason for this is to give the committee an opportunity to hear residents' concerns around allowing an existing HMO which is below our standards a certificate of lawful development, which then allows the owner to pass it on or sell it on to a new landlord, avoiding our policies and SPDs. This seems to be a convenient loophole. We can't change the past and we don't wish to stop it operating as a HMO, nor is it personal against this owner. We have just seen multiple applications come in and we want answers of how it is acceptable. The reasons are as follows. The application raises serious concerns and, if approved, would undermine the current standards and SPDs which new applicants are rightly held to. While most of the bedrooms meet the 10 square metre minimum requirement, the communal space provided is just 10.75 square metres, less than half of the required 22.5 square metres for a small HMO. That alone should disqualify this property from being awarded a lawful development certificate. It fails to meet the space standards that are supposed to ensure livable conditions. More broadly, the cumulative impact of HMOs on Sheffield Road cannot be ignored. We already have HMOs at 3, 5, 7 and 9, right next to each other. That would be 5 in a row, whereas our current policy does not allow more than 2 in a row to avoid sandwiching. Numbers 15 and 19 are also HMOs. Additional HMOs exist at 2C, 4, 6, 10 and 16 adjacent. This not only breaches the council's 2 in a row policy, but also breaches the 10% threshold.
Sorry, Jacob, I'm not sure what this has got to do with this application.
It's reading a deputation.
Okay, but we're sticking to the matter of the...
Well, I'm here to give a deputation. I'm just going to finish it, then you guys can discuss. The Fratton residents and I have long believed and continue to believe that the 10% rule should be lowered to 5%, especially in streets like Sheffield Road, where saturation is a lived reality, not just a statistic. Granting a certificate of lawful development will set a precedent where future owners inherit legitimacy for substandard housing conditions. This is not fair to future applicants who are required to comply with higher standards and community-focused policies. Finally, I must raise deep concerns about paragraph 6.5 of the committee report. It states that the 5 in a row issue, HMO density, and even the failure to provide a complete HMO count are not relevant to this decision. That is not just dismissive, it undermines this council's own adopted planning policies and makes a mockery of the democratic planning process that residents are told they can trust. In summary, I urge the committee to object this application. It does not meet the space requirements, it breaches our policies and SPDs. It's a loophole that essentially rewards landlords who didn't declare these HMOs for 10 plus years with a certificate of lawful development. The buck should stop here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. So I am the HMO manager and co-licence holder for this property. It is disappointing that this case has come to committee. If rules were followed, the call-in would not have been permitted, I believe. However, I can explain why there are no grounds for rejection. I will start with why there is no history of C4 planning consent. Shared houses like this one were classed as C3 until the 6th of April 2010, which is when the C4 class was created in law. Reclassification from C3 to C4 was implied for roughly 4,000 shared houses across the city, including this one. The majority of houses in lawful C4 use today became C4 through that reclassification, not an actual change of use later. My wife and I have been letting this house to students since 2008. It being a lawful C4 with no prior grant is normal, not exceptional. That 2010 statute still allowed switching freely from C3 to C4 until PCC made an Article 4 direction on November the 1st, 2011. Lawfulness subsequently was dependent only on continuity of use, and the officer's report covers that. At 8.6, you will see the list of tenancy agreements provided go back to a date before November 2011. This is evidence showing not only over 10 years of continuous use, but also that there has never been any planning breach. Lack of prior consent does not imply it has been hidden from planners either. It was on the department's HMO register all along. Now, you might wonder why we want a certificate when ongoing C4 use remains lawful without one. It is simply that some mortgage companies expect one, and we plan to retire before very long. So we are preparing to meet buyers' needs. Decisions on lawfulness are delegated for the simple reason it is the test that the planning officers have set out. It's a legal test the committee cannot add value to. Local policy is not relevant. The case officer has set that out very clearly. And the report makes very clear the test is met. Now, for those who don't understand why local policy is not applicable, or worry that standards of existing HMOs are left uncontrolled, please bear in mind, Parliament has determined rationally that standards of existing HMOs are governed not through planning, but by the 2004 Housing Act, which includes HMO licensing. On page 80 at 5.2, you can see the license history. And I will add, licensing officers do check that an HMO is known to planning before granting a license, and that this house meets all space and amenity standards for an existing HMO, and has had several compliance inspections. Regarding the unjustified call-in, the call-in request by Councillor Simpson was accepted without any reason being provided. None of the objections, including the written reasons provided late by the councillor, included any material considerations. So the criteria of neither paragraph 51 nor paragraph 56 of PCC's own rules were met. Now, to sum up, lack of prior consent does not imply a breach of planning rules. Roughly 4,000 shared houses had their use classes reclassified in 2010. This house has been in continuous use since then, so it is not exceptional. Refusing a certificate does not make an HMO unlawful. It will not reduce the actual number of HMOs. It just creates difficulties unfairly for the landlord, perhaps with financing or selling. Granting a certificate does not increase the number of HMOs. It just brings records up to date on lawfulness of an existing one, which is helpful all round. Decisions on lawfulness are delegated for the simple reason it is a test the committee cannot add value to. According to PCC's published rules, the call-in should not have been permitted. Objectors appear not to recognise that the local planning policy sits within a wider statutory framework. Standards of existing HMOs are monitored and enforced through licensing, not planning. The planning officers have made very clear that legal test is met for issuance of a certificate of lawfulness, and there is nothing more to consider. I hope the committee understand the necessity of following the officer's recommendation to make the grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ian, did somebody want to come back on any of the issues that have been raised?
I will just, apologies, David, just one quick thing. I think I would just say that the applicant's summation is entirely accurate. I would draw one distinction. In an application certificate of lawfulness, the only value committee can really bring is if you have personal knowledge. You know, you are people of Portsmouth, that's why you're here. If you knew, for example, someone said, I've been doing this for 10 years, and you knew, actually, no, I know the site, you haven't been doing it for 10 years, that would be useful. It's something that I'd hope wouldn't come out in a planning committee, but that would be a useful way that you can interact. If you don't have any personal knowledge of the site, I think it is a fair description that the actual value added by the committee process is very minimal. It is a purely evidential test, and it would be truly exceptional to bring it to planning committee. It's only at the specific request of Councillor Simpson that he's come here today. I do thank the applicant for his summation of the law for HMOs, and if you enjoyed that, please do come back tomorrow for Councillor Mason's PPCD portfolio meeting, where we are going through a general position on HMOs, and a lot of those backgrounds information is contained in that report as well.
Thank you. Members, anything?
So how did this come to the planning authority's notice? Was it through the applicant, or was it by means of enforcement?
So the applicant chose to write to us say that this would never come on to enforcement. We can see from the licensing records it's been around for a long period of time. The applicant has proactively chosen to certify it for their own record purposes.
I wonder if you could give any advice or clarify anything for Mr. Fletcher, because he was saying that he didn't think the call-in should be allowed or permitted. Would you be able to just clarify that for Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, certainly I'll do so rather than deferring to Councillor, to Mr. Hodges, as it's entirely my fault. We look carefully at our constitution. The wording is not ideal. It doesn't prevent members calling in LDCs in the way that LDCs are excluded from coming, as we say in the report, through representations, for example. We did ask Councillor Simpson to confirm his reasonings for doing so, which did come after the original call-in, and then looked at where justice would be served in this case. As this was being evaluated only, I want to say, at the beginning of last week, we were looking at it, rather than pulling it from the emerging agenda and potentially then leaving a series of complaints and concerns by third parties to come in. The delay, which would have been a matter of a couple of days, was felt appropriate, as it is lawful under our constitution for members to call LDCs in with a planning reason. Whether that has been properly done with a proper planning reason is obviously a matter of judgment that I won't make a comment on.
Forgive me for asking the inevitable question. It says in there there's no HMO count put in. But if this were an application for an HMO, would it fall foul of that the 10% rule or 5%? Although the 5%, that old strawberry.
Chair, we've deliberately not made that assessment because we're really keen for you to make sure that it's readily apparent that you've determined the application.
That would, yeah, exactly. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
With this, we're going
But
in all sorts of directions,
pretty
aren't we?
obvious, isn't it?
Okay. Look. Is there any other questions? I'm going to move the officer's recommendation to grant.
May I comment?
Please do. I think I've just moved the recommendation.
You have, indeed. I'm not going to vote for it. I'm going to vote with the independents because I know which way they're going to vote. That's why it's here. So I'm going to vote against it.
Councillor Fielding.
I think it's frustrating that it's come before us because it's quite clear that it's an evidential matter, and if they've met the criteria, then the certificate should be given. What I completely understand is the frustration that we've got with the current system that means that you can effectively have a property below our SPD standards that will get a lawful development certificate, but our hands are tied effectively.
Completely. Absolutely. Yes, Ian.
Just want to assist members and do warn members who are minded to not support this. You must have a planning reason for doing so. You must know of evidence that this HMO has not been in use continuously as an HMO for the past 10 years, despite the threefold sets of evidence provided here: the licensing evidence, the tenancy agreement evidence, and the fact that no one in public consultation has suggested it hasn't been used in anything other than as an HMO. So if you've got evidence to the contrary, clearly that should be presented to the committee before now. I would just point on a key point to Councillor Fielding's point there. It is a loophole. None of those things are the case. Not your wording, I know, are the case. This isn't a system around planning. Licensing manages the acceptability of existing HMOs once they've got planning permission, and this one was authorised pre the need for planning permission decades ago. Once they have the necessary permission or established use, licensing manages that. The licensing team have looked at this thrice in the last decade, and most recently in 2023 provided it a new licence to be an HMO, confirming that it is an acceptable HMO, the layout and footprint and all the room sizes, because don't forget they apply in 2023 exactly the same rules that you apply in your SPD, so it's fully compliant with those internal space standards. I don't know whether it meets the 10% in 50 metres. We haven't checked. It's not a relevant factor. But you're concerned, are we allowing substandard HMOs to get through? Categorically, no, this is the definition of a standard HMO. The standards from licensing have been approved for a valid licence from the 3rd of December 2023, expiring on the 2nd of December 2028. So there is no risk that you are in some way condoning, albeit you have no legal choice but to, but condoning a substandard HMO. It is an entirely licensed and acceptable HMO.
Hugh, did you want to come in?
Yeah. Whilst on the one hand I would certainly defend Councillor Simpson's right to call this in order to have it to seek assurance on these matters, I think the assurance has been demonstrated in spades, and so I would propose the officer's recommendation.
I think that's already happened, but are you happy to second?
If somebody's done it, I'm happy to second it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, did I miss it? Is there a proposal to refuse from anybody at all? Anyone?
Well, you said you were going to. I don't know whether
well, no, I probably am going to.
I don't know whether you went
I want
as
to hear the
far
debate about refusal. Let's see if there is a debate about refusal here.
Well, we have one motion in front of us. Anybody else want to contribute and
Can I still ask a question?
present an alternative motion? Happy to hear it.
Can I ask a question
Councillor
still?
Jeffrey, yes.
Can I ask a question? Are we at that stage still? I can ask a question. Okay. Can I just check that we're not supposed to predetermine planning applications before they come to planning committee?
Yes, predetermination is contrary to the guidance and law within planning. 2 points, this is not a planning application and no suggestion of predetermination would exist. Officers have been received a application for a certificate of lawfulness, have assessed the evidence of it and are giving you a, I hope, quite clearly and firm recommendation that there is no grounds to do anything but to certify this long-standing licensed HMO in the city.
We are all expected to come here with an open mind. And unless a fellow committee member can speak up and find a reason to object, I think we must all vote to support this application because it's a matter of law and process.
Okay, is there anything else? Okay, well, one motion before us, that is to move the officer's recommendation to grant a certificate. Those in favour, please indicate. Against? And abstentions? Okay.
The certificate is granted.
Thank you. Let's move on to Queen's Road. Okay, well, okay. Given that you're halfway out the room, all right. Okay, 5 minutes.
I'll propose a 5-minute break then.
5 minutes. Members, final three. Queen's Road. Hang on, so we just noticed we're missing, before we start the presentation and exclude Hugh. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Shah's had to go off. Councillor Mason, we are expecting, I think. What should we do? Do you want to fill it? What, with a song?
Just as briefly mentioned in the last item, members, tomorrow we have the planning portfolio, or planning and city development portfolio meeting, which is Councillor Mason's portfolio, here in the council chamber. We've got two items going to that, so if you're unable to attend, I would encourage you to read both papers. One is the Housing Delivery Test Action Plan, which is a sort of an annual requirement we must do to demonstrate what the council is doing to support housing delivery in the city, which is similar to ones we've seen in previous years, but is therefore the portfolio holders' approval. And the other was a report prepared at Councillor Mason's request, providing a general summation on HMOs, so the development of HMOs in Portsmouth, in policy and recent appeal performance, and any lessons that can be learnt from that. Also some, I think, very enlightening commentary from the Housing Department within that report as well. So if you can't attend the PPCD meeting tomorrow, please do take the opportunity to read the published agenda papers, which are of course on the website.
Thank you.
Thank you for the advert.
We've lost the city solicitor. Is he coming back? You're going to do that as well. Okay, why not? Okay, Queen's Road.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so application at 57 Queen's Road for the change of use of the property from a Class C3 dwelling house to a 7-bed, 8-person HMO. So the site is there. It's a semi-detached property, and previously has been granted for a change of use of the HMO with, as you see from the report. And that's still a current permission, and that can still be implemented. So here's the property here. It's in the process of being extended and renovated, as you've seen. And in the report, you'll see talk about the driveway and the garage to the side being demolished, and that would be on the left of the photo there. In terms of your 50-metre data count, so as noted in the report, the property already has planning permission for a HMO, and the total number of units, total number of HMOs within that 50-metre radius is 2, there's 67, so we're under 3%, and so complies with your policies on mixed and balanced communities. In terms of the layout, let me move on. So the existing floor plan is shown there. So the garage referred to will be demolished as part of the proposals. Basement that you've seen referred to in the report is already in existence there. And just also to highlight, as you'll see later in the photos, there's an existing rear roof terrace on the property, which will also be retained. I've put these two slides next to each other because there's quite extensive roof works proposed in this particular instance as permitted development. So they will be extending across as a hip to gable, which will be on this side, and then a dormer added on the rear. So I'll just flick down to that because it's slightly difficult to perceive that, but that is the extension across to make the hip to gable here, and then the rear roof dormer. In addition, there's a rear extension proposed as well. You can see there's fall-in land, and you'll see in this rear extension steps down. But all those physical works do not require planning permission and are not part of the proposal. So it's a slightly different layout from the previous scheme. So the proposal intends to use the basement shown as as a cinema room. This is not labelled, so not as bedrooms. On the ground floor, we will have 2 ensuite rooms. You'll see from the SMAP that the plans have been sort of slightly tweaked. There's been additional WC added here. That's below standard, but because all of the rooms are en suite, we don't see that as a failure against the SPD. You'll see that the communal living space and kitchen complies with the space standard. It's been slightly tweaked to move the kitchen area down, and there's a sitting area here and then a further sitting area in the extension. First floor, 3 ensuite bedrooms as before, and for the occupier of this use of the roof terrace, and then 2 rooms in the loft extension, roof extensions shown here. Just to take you through, and just a cross section there, so you can see how the property, how the additional rooms all fit in, and how it sits with the basement area as well. And then just in terms of the layout, so these the physical work, so existing outbuilding will be used for the cycle store, extension on the rest here, garage moved here, and then parking available here, bins to be stored in the front forecourt. And then you can see just some existing shots. Say this lower basement is not intended as a bedroom, and be unlikely to be licensed as such. This is a terrace and the rear first floor bedroom, and then just the final shots of the property in the process of being renovated. So, Chair, having considered the scheme, we're satisfied it complies with the guidance and policies, and recommending the scheme for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. So at Applecore, we've designed many HMOs in Portsmouth and surrounding areas, and our designs have never been subject to refusal of a HMO licence. We ensure all of our designs are fully compliant with planning, building control and HMO licensing, and we work hard to ensure we stay at the forefront of any changes to legislation to ensure our client has the best possible experience with us and is left with a great design shared living home to give tenants the best possible living experience whilst being compliant with all the relevant regimes. It's becoming more and more apparent that many landlords are exiting the rental sector. Smaller HMOs are becoming less viable due to rising utility costs and the newly implemented additional licensing scheme. This has led to many landlords who are either unwilling or unable to do works in order to be compliant with the new scheme, selling their smaller HMOs or switching back to family lets. This in turn places a greater need for the growing market in larger HMOs, which have been fully renovated and provide high-end, energy-efficient living with spacious bedrooms and well-designed communal areas, whilst ensuring the smaller properties return to family use. There are objections referring to no HMO count on this application. I wanted to stress this property has already been given permission to be a HMO and is under the 10%. I hear objections about HMOs not showing on the database regularly, but I also wanted to stress that the opposite is also true, and to give you an example. I've recently been dealing with an application on Belmont Street. 10 HMOs were identified on the register. I personally knocked on all 10 doors, and 3 of these properties had returned to C4 use. I believe there are many more HMOs on the register that are no longer HMOs, particularly the smaller properties not capable of 7-bed conversions. Property owners, agents, developers and residents all need this clarity, and I ask members of the committee and officers to do everything within their power to ensure licensed HMOs are now reflected on the database. With the additional licensing scheme in place, we are now in the position where this should cover every HMO in the city and lead to a more accurate database, which should help everyone. As you've heard, planning permission has been granted, like I say, for the 7-bed HMO, so I'm here today to ask for one of the bedrooms to be double use, and for completeness includes the removal of the garage. The garage had already partially fallen down, so the decision was made to remove this completely. This will actually allow 3 cars to park in tandem at the property. This property is being fully managed by Applecore Property Services, and the tenants all have a WhatsApp group in which they will be able to arrange parking between themselves. I note the officer report makes reference to a rear basement room on the plans. This will be locked off and not used, as the head height within this room is not at all usable. So I just wanted to clarify that there is no, you can barely stand in that. It has the tilt of the land goes, the head height within that is not usable at all. I can also confirm the front basement room is a cinema room and will remain that way, as I can see this as other concern from objectors. I also note mention is made of an underside WC, and I also want to stress that this is an additional WC, and it's just for the comfort of any visitors and cleaners, maintenance staff, etc., and an emergency toilet should anybody's toilets have an issue. This is not required and the door could be locked and the scheme be fully compliant. The application for bedroom 3 is to be a double room is being made as we have another property in which we have a couple residing whose contract is about to expire and the property use is being changed. Couple rooms within HMOs are very few and far between and extremely sought after. We would like to be able to offer our existing tenants an option to move properties with minimum impact as they've been extremely good tenants for the almost 6 months they've been renting through us. I'm not going to repeat all the benefits of the property and how much this property exceeds the space standards, as this was considered during the last approved 7-bed application. The building works are weeks away from being completed on site and the property has been finished to a high specification. And again, I would like to extend the invite to any planning committee members, new or existing, to come and view one of our well-designed and fully managed HMOs. This application fully complies with policy and I ask that you fully support this application today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Questions? Comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. Would we be able to see the pictures again? Because I know the agent mentioned the basement and gave us some helpful advice about the height of the room. It's the back one, is it?
Yeah, Chair, if I just go back to the floor plan. So the agent was referring to this room at the back as having inadequate head height, but not the front room, which is shown as the cinema room.
So the two pictures of the basement are the front room, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you mind just showing those pictures again?
Sure.
And are they supplied by the applicant or by?
No, we've been inside the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Dent.
Yeah, can we just clarify? One of the objections stated that bedroom 1 doesn't meet, I'd imagine, 75% of head height. Is the minimum head height required, and is the room over 10 square metres if it's not?
So the room sizes are on page 92. So bed 1 is over 10 square metres. Probably, actually, if I just take you to the cross section, I think it's quite helpful. So you can see, whilst you may have a sloping roof, if I can get the... No, it's refusing to point where I want it. There it is. Whilst you may have a sloping roof over part of that, in terms of the usable space within that area, because you're at 2.3 there, in actual fact, it doesn't come unusable. It's still perfectly usable for storage, for desk, etc., going well down into that corner. So we're satisfied with the amenity in that area, and we're also conscious that exactly that same layout was granted previously, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to be helpful for future applications rather. So if we could have pictures that we could actually sort of see of rooms, it would be helpful. I don't think the basement ones actually add to the decision-making process for us.
Chair, just to, obviously, our planning permission should be sorted before work is undertaken and certainly before rooms are refurbished, etc. And is often the case. Obviously, a lot of permitted development works here, so there's rarely photographs we can provide of what it will look like. They're applying to us to get permission to turn it into what it will look like. So this is probably the best you get when it comes to photography, to be honest. Yeah.
May I ask why the bedroom upstairs with the sloping roof, why or how does that accord with national standards and local standards? Because it seemed to me, from my bed, if you went to make the end of the bed, you'd be bent down making the end of the bed. So, you know, moving around that particular room isn't easy, I would have thought. I know you say you can put space and stand. Can we have a look at it again? Do you mind?
Yeah, so just for a little bit of clarity before I move on to that. So if you're looking and referring to room 1, on the bottom left. So that's at the 1.5 metre height.
Yeah.
So I'm 1 metre 67. So I appreciate I'm short, slightly below average height, but it's not massively below my own head height. So within the room itself, that area isn't counted.
Okay.
So we've got over 10 square metres within that higher area. Yeah, I hope that helps. Yeah, so just to help, so that is 2.3 to the top. That's going to be your standard head height. So even at this point, getting round, there's a little bit of slope. It's not unusual. Lots of bedrooms in the city have been made out of converted lofts and have these slopes, and they're perfectly usable. And we're satisfied that that's an adequate living conditions for the occupier.
Right, Madam Chair. So I don't have any challenge with these rooms. Is this basement one and the pictures that we saw, can you please describe that for me a bit more? Because if I didn't want to live in it, I don't see why anybody else would want to. But if you could just give me,
Yes, sure. So,
sorry, can we see the pictures at the same time?
So that's the picture. So just to be clear, the bottom two, neither room, it's the same room, apologies. There's no proposal to use that as a bedroom.
I understand that now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Members, comments? Well, fully compliant application. I shall move the officer's recommendation to grant conditional permission. Is there a seconder? Councillor Fielding, thank you. Is there anything else? Anybody else have an alternative view? Okay, members, those in favour of granting conditional permission, please indicate. Those against? Thank you. Abstentions?
Plan permission is therefore granted.
All right, okay. Copner Road.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application at 67 Copner Road for the change of use from a dwelling house to an 8-bed, 8-person house in multiple occupation. The application has come to committee because of 11 objections. We're in Copner Road at its southern end, so just north of the railway bridge by Kingston Cemetery, just a few metres up from there. Terraced house on the western side. There it is, indicated with an arrow. Some of the members might recall next door to the left, number 65 to the south. That was approved at Planning Committee at the start of April. So number 65 to the immediate south is there, the star, and then the application site itself with the pin on it. So with respect to the first consideration of a mixed and balanced community, this proposal, if approved, would bring next door and this application 2 out of 62 properties, which amounts to 3.23%, so well below the 10% threshold for consideration of a mixed and balanced community. Moving on to the details of the interior, that's the existing property, traditional 2-storey Victorian property, rear wing and light well. So this is a proposal to substantially alter internally, to also extend under permitted development with a rear ground floor extension and with the roof extensions and front roof lights, roof extensions to the rear. Each bedroom would have an ensuite, 2 on the ground floor, first floor, and a communal WC as well, and 3 bedrooms in the extended roof, all with en suites. The communal room would measure 31.72 square metres, well in excess of the 22.5 required. So not only on the size guidelines, but also in the general disposition and layout of the property, officers are satisfied in terms of light and space and outlook and general amenity. The property would provide an acceptable living standard for the proposed occupiers. Thank you, Chair.
'67 Copner Road. This is an application for change of use from C3 residential dwelling to sui generis 8-bed, 8-person HMO. All bedrooms meet or exceed 10 square metres, and the required communal area for 7 persons when all bedrooms meet the 10 square metres is 22.5. And as David has just shared, this property provides 31.72, so well in excess of requirement. All the bedrooms also benefit from an ensuite, and an additional WC is also provided at the first floor level. The HMO density is well below the 10% and only 2 HMOs within the radius, so it could be argued this HMO would positively contribute towards providing a mixed and balanced community. A cycle store will be provided within the rear garden, and in addition there is rear access to the property, which adds an additional benefit for those tenants who may have cycles. The house will be finished to a high specification. Our client is keen to offer tenants high-end accommodation, and the property will be professionally managed, and any issues, if they arise, will be dealt with promptly. The application fully complies with policy PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23 of the local plan, and also complies with the Housing Multiple Occupation Supplementary Planning Document 2019. The planning officer recommends this fully compliant application for approval today, and I ask you to fully support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Questions? Comments? Councillor Mason?
This is a perfectly acceptable application so far as I can see. I can see nothing on which one could make a major objection, so I propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second? No?
Yeah, just one thing, Chair. If I can get the lovely young lady up there to speak to the builders there, they are causing absolute chaos down there. They are causing chaos. They are literally dumping stuff in the middle of the road. The road was blocked for 15 minutes the other day. Nothing could get through because there was a grab lorry in the middle of the road. It is becoming completely and utterly unacceptable down there.
Okay. All right.
No, it was actually picking up the brick rubble that
All
they left in the road.
Councillor Dent, I'm sure Carrie Ann's heard you and will help in any way. But let's stick to the matter. Okay, we have proposal. Is there a seconder? Councillor Candlish, you're seconding. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else from anyone else?
I've got a question. I'm interested to know from other members why you might abstain or vote against this.
I'm not sure that's part of the application process, the process that we're involved in here this afternoon. Also, my other point is we do it in questions and then comments. It's just to kind of keep some sort of order. Okay, look, we have a proposal in front of us. Those in favour, please indicate. Against? And abstentions. Thank you.
Planning permission is granted.
Okay, members, London Road is the final application today.
Thank you, Chairman. This is an application at 137A London Road, retrospective application for change of use of upper floors from house in multiple occupation, Class C4, to a 5-bed, 7-person HMO sui generis. This application is in Nelson Ward. Let's move on. Thank you. just north of the roundabout at the north end of North End Road. That's not too many norths. So you've got Gladys Avenue forking up to the left, London Road to the right. You've got Stubbington Avenue heading off to the right. So you're in the northern part of North End High Street, with the commercial parade still running there. That's the application site with the darker fenestration right in the middle. So there is a ground floor commercial premises. You can see the shop window and its door existing. And there is an existing C4 HMO, which is accessed through this grey door in the middle, down a corridor, into the back at the ground floor, and then upstairs into the two upper floors. The C4 HMO was granted consent in 2017. Just for newer members, this is the sort of application intensification of occupation from 5/6 people. The C4 consent is being occupied by 5 people, but could be occupied by 6 under the C4 consent. They're proposing to go up to 7. That's why we've said 1/2 extra people are proposed. This is one of those applications where, on the face of it and looking at the details, officers don't think that the increase in occupancy is so material that planning permission is required, and that's rehearsed in detail through the report with all the cases and appeals and so on. What the committee traditionally do is decide whether or not they agree with the recommendation, whether or not it requires planning consent on its own merits. If they feel it does require planning consent, they then go on to, or you go on to consider the merits of the application. With respect to the mixed and balanced communities, that's the 50-metre radius for our policy. We have 3 existing HMOs, the application site itself, 1 to the east and 1 to the northwest. They are 3 existing. There will be 3 remaining because it is already an HMO. The number is 3.6%. That would not change, therefore, so there's no impact on the mixed and balanced community if approved. The proposal is to increase the occupancy by 2 persons. These are previous extensions at the rear, principally approved under previous consents. That is rehearsed in the report. Here are the floor plans. So earlier on I described the front door and the bottom left. If this cursor works, not working, but you can see the corridor there that takes you past the commercial unit into the back of the site, where it opens out into a communal kitchen dining area. And then going upstairs, we have 3 bedrooms with their own en-suites, and then 2 more in the loft space with their en-suites. So that's 5 bedrooms. The proposal is to have 7 people, so 2 of them would require double occupancy. Actually, 4 of them are large enough. Bedrooms 2, 3, 4 and 5 are large enough to be occupied. Where have I gone? Sorry, get the hang of this. The applicant has proposed it's bedrooms 2 and 3 on the first floor, but it could equally be 4 or 5 or any combination. So if the application, if you decide consent is required, and if you decide to approve the application, we have a condition on to say that only 2 of those 4 bedrooms should be double occupancy as belt and braces, effectively. The only other complication I would draw to your attention was the last time we saw something similar to this, the 2019 application, when members decided that the increase in occupancy would require planning permission. They went on to consider the merits of it, last summer's planning committee meeting. Bedroom 5, as set out on page 112, the second page of the report, bedroom 5 was found to be insufficient in size, which is this one at the bottom left, if the cursor will work for me. You can see the bedroom bottom left, which is in the front in the roof space. You can see the voids under the dormer window. That bedroom was 13.5 square metres, so it was below the 14 required by your standards. So members refused the application on that ground, and the second ground followed as a technicality with the lack of SPA mitigation, therefore. What has been established since then is that the plans were not correctly drawn, unfortunately. The case officer of this application has been out and measured, and he is now satisfied that the currently proposed plans are correctly drawn and measured, and bedroom 5 is now measured to be 14.1 square metres, so it complies with the minimum size space. I thought it was important just to draw that to your attention, but as I mentioned a few minutes ago, any 2 of the bedrooms 2, 3, 4 or 5 could be occupied because they're all big enough, exceeding 14 square metres, as you can see from the report, the table on page 115. So in a nutshell, if you believe consent is required, there's no effect on the mixed and balanced community, and the accommodation provided would, in officer's opinion, be suitable and meet your standards, and so could be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. No deputations. Members, do we think that planning permission is...
Can I just check something? I beg your pardon. I'm aware that 2 ward councillors sent in an objection. That's not been reported.
We weren't aware of that. We can get the case officer to double check while we're live.
I've got it here. It was sent to planning yesterday afternoon. To planning shared reps. Doesn't matter, I'll read it.
Looking at our system, we don't have it logged on there. Of course, obviously, members can do as they wish in the meeting, so if you wish to read it, that is
fine. It's completely fine.
Would you like to read it, Lee?
Yeah, sure. I thought you wanted to come to determine whether or not this should have...
well, we'd normally be doing deputations now.
This is from Councillor Adair and Councillor Fazakerley. So the report says this is a retrospective application, increasing number from 6 to 7. The area is densely populated, characterised by alleyways and numerous extensions of one sort or another. Planning officers visiting found unauthorised development arising out of a planning consent not properly complied with, thereby gaining a benefit for the owners. This planning creep is a scourge in such cramped locations. I don't know if you know it, Chair, but it's very cramped, adding to a sense of enclosure by bricks and mortar. Unfortunately, officers report that 4 years have elapsed, so nothing can be done. The trouble is that this, taken with the intensification of the use of this building and others like it, creates a cramped and unwelcome environment, not only for intended residents, but everyone living around. And only this week, on my North End rounds, I spoke to a family who have sold their house because of the encroachment of houses in multiple occupancy in this area. They told me the march of HMOs and the intensification of the use is having an adverse impact on mixed and balanced communities across North End, Stamshaw, Buckland and Tipner. Adding another person in this case just worsens the perception of these problems and adds to issues for GPs, dentists, parking and other infrastructure need. And they trust that the committee will reject the application. That's for Councillor Richard Dare and Councillor Jason Fazakerley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt, for reading their deputation. So, members, we need to establish whether we think this requires planning permission. Do we?
Matt, I'll try and convince you that the increase in activity within and coming and going from the property is the reason why it needs planning application, because it'll have an adverse effect on residential amenities for neighbours. The increase is considered to have a demonstrable impact on the parking and thus parking availability in the wider area. And that it is considered that the increase in occupancy does result in a significant difference in the character of the activities that would occur under the proposed occupation compared to now.
Okay, we have some reasons why we think there should be. Did you want to? Okay, you're right. Okay, all right. Well, members, is there a seconder that we need to do this? Councillor Jeffrey. All right. Okay. Those in favour of us proceeding on that basis, please indicate. Those against? Abstentions? Okay, we proceed. Okay. Members, questions?
I wonder, could the officers just describe the development that's gone on and how it's enabled the application to go on and admit new rooms? And how come we didn't know about it? Was it just that they did it, or they misinterpreted what they could do, or whatever?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to clear that up. I think the retrospective description is a misunderstanding from the applicant, because there are two elements. There's the built development, the previous extensions that were approved, and then there's the occupation. I'm not sure what they had in mind when they said retrospective. I think it must have been for the occupation, because the built development is not in the development description. So, back in 2017, it achieved a C4 HMO use, which consisted also, or required also, extensions to accommodate that. Those extensions were built, turned out not quite in compliance with the plans, not substantially different, but some small differences we've set out in the report. We've established that they are more than 4 years old, so they are now lawful. As it happens, I don't think they were particularly damaging to any neighbours, for example, but they are lawful. With respect to the use, the applicant applied in 2019 to increase the occupancy from 5 to 7. That was refused, and the current licence is for 5 persons until 2029. So I am not aware that the increase in occupancy has gone ahead yet. We believe, from the case officers being to the site, the occupancy is 5. So I don't believe there's a retrospective element to the increased occupancy. But as it is, we would ask you, now having decided you believe it requires planning permission, to assess it on its own merits, and are you happy with the standard of accommodation that is provided? I do have some more slides that I didn't show you in my haste, should you wish to see them, in terms of sections and photographs and so on.
I think that's best. You know, each one, we've got to treat it all on an individual basis, but each case should be treated the same.
Let's have a look.
Right, there's the existing plans. Let's just see. Those are the 2017 plans. Approved. 2019 refused because of the bedroom 5 I mentioned earlier in the bottom right-hand corner in the roof space. I'm sorry, the pointer isn't working. We don't have many photographs, but that is in the communal kitchen living area at the rear of the property, looking east towards the main road. So the door and the corridor is the door that runs alongside the commercial unit, taking you out to the front. Oops. There's the bike store and some elements of the built development. Yeah, I don't think there are many photographs that we seem to have. Some of the built development.
Do you mind just going backwards for a second, just because I'll forget otherwise? The building on the left there, that's another property, is it? The left of the left picture.
Yeah. I think that's the actual application site. We'll have to get the case officer to confirm that. Sorry, Councillor, I'm not entirely sure. There is the southern elevation of the rear extensions, and that is it.
Was that helpful?
Yeah, I guess the reason we haven't got pictures of other rooms is they're not in dispute, or we're not interested, or whatever.
Not in dispute, yeah.
Not in dispute, all right.
Oh, Councillor Candish.
Can I be reminded about the relationship between the number of people in a property and the combined living space? So normally, well, we have a figure that the size guidance is 22.5. Would that be different if it was 7 or if it was 9 people?
From 6 persons upwards, there is no change. This is why you might remember in the last 6 to 12 months, we've occasionally had some quite larger HMOs, 12, 14 type people, and because that's way beyond the 6, but clearly there are doubling the number of people, so we've rehearsed in different ways depending on each application how it might be read against that standard if you take a per person metre squared or so on. But in this instance with 7 people, that's just beyond the 6 minimum for 22.5. And then, if I may say, with the communal space at 26, it seems fine, and a little utility room as well, 3 square metres, so it appears to provide an adequate standard of communal space.
The reason for asking the question...
I think we may be on comments.
The reason for asking the question was in other instances like this, we've often, where an application has been, for example, 7, but there is a possibility for 9, we might set a condition of 7 on the property, because for 9 people it would be a more pressured use of communal space. So that's why I was wondering whether there was a rule involved.
Well, really, to make sure it's in compliance with the assessment you're making today, the 7 persons are proposed in the development description, and as I said at the start, we've got a condition that does, well, a summarised condition here right at the end, which says only 2 of the bedrooms, of the 4 bedrooms, are double occupancy. So it's belt and braces. I think it's answering your question. So 7 people.
So that is a condition?
That's a proposed condition, yeah.
Yeah, in the papers it does imply that it's unconditional permission, whereas those 5 points on page 119 would be conditional on the permission. Is that correct?
To be clear, it doesn't imply it recommends that it should be unconditional permission, as plan permission is not needed in officers' view. Having determined plan permission is needed, we have thought that might happen, and therefore 5 bullet points, if one wants to consider plan permission is needed contrary to the legal and planning advice, they are the sort of conditions one could impose.
Thank you.
But just to finish that off, condition 5 says that only 2 of the bedrooms are double occupancy. It doesn't say that the other ones cannot be because they comply. They're 14. So that's why in previous times we have actually made a statement that it is for a maximum of 7.
What we are suggesting, and what we would amend the recommendation to in light of the resolution members have made on this item earlier in the meeting, is and you can delegate to officers the word of condition, but a condition would be imposed to ensure no more than 2 of the bedrooms shall be used by more than 1 person, so shall be used for double occupancy, because say any one of those 4 could be, all 4 of them could be, but we don't care which 2, which is still bringing up to a level which we are deemed satisfied. In truth, you could have 3 of them in double occupancy, you could have all 4 of them in double occupancy, and it would still be entirely in keeping with your standards, but there's a judgment that you can imply there. We've suggested you might want to stick to 2. That's what the applicant has said they want to do, only 7. They're not seeking 9, but they could put 9 in here and be 100% compliant with your policies.
Thank you, Chair. And just in addition, if members are minded to approve the application, if also a legal agreement to secure the special protection areas mitigation, please.
Okay. Comments? Any other comments?
Well, is the incremental intensification of just adding 1 or 2 more people, and I know this doesn't have much planning weight because the land already has HMO use, but boy, it does have an impact on the perception of people living in the area being under siege, and I'm not exaggerating it at all. I spoke to the fellow that they talked about, and he is moving out the city, and he says other people are moving out the city. On the other hand, because I like to be balanced, Kieran is completely correct. We're finding the obviously gone, the smaller HMOs coming back into our residential use. What I particularly have a problem with in this particular application is I know it really, really well because there's a policeman there too, and it's got worse. Yeah, there's no light around. We're just talking about you, Ciaran. He'll fill you in. It's dark around the back. You see, I thought they were bike racks just there. So you come in through at night time for a woman coming into that environment. It is dark and dingy and dangerous. And we don't pay enough attention to that. But I can't change that in this particular application at all. But, you know, it does worry me when this intensification or even HMOs happen and we kind of gloss over the wider impact of crime and protecting people. They can come in through the front, of course. I believe that's right, isn't it? They come through the front way. But I don't know whether they can bring their cycles in that way. I think that's probably a bit cramped.
There is a rear access alleyway.
It's the rear access alleyway. But when you go round there, it's really quite intimidating, even in the daytime, be quite frank. And I'm not a wilting wallflower, but I get a bit worried when I go around there. Not that anything's going to happen. And I'm certainly just making a point, you know. It's not just about the actual planning application, it's about what happens. And then there's the incremental impact and the intensification that, it's funny you suddenly see yourself on telly. The incremental impact on the GPs and buses and parking. And in this area, it is, the parking is massively competitive, as it is everywhere across the north of the city. Not so much in the south now, because they've all got residence parking schemes. It's much easier. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Of course, fear of crime is material. It's quite difficult.
It is, but we don't see it so much. I remember bringing in a policy when I was in your chair. Oh, I think I was in his chair for a while, and we did say there had to be a paragraph in every single application. But I think the police found the burden too much, like crime.
Okay. Members. Anything else? We haven't got a proposal yet. It's compliant. I shall move the officer's recommendation. I shall move a recommendation to grant conditional permission. Is there a seconder? Thank you, George. Anything else? All right, okay, members, those in favour, please indicate. Against? And
plan permission is granted.
Thank you. That concludes today's business. I look to Councillor Fielding for an accurate reflection of the time. 2:59. I close the meeting at 2:59. Thank you all for your patience. It's been a bit of a long haul. And in the nicest possible way, I hope not to see you from this position